out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with Walk-Ons.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Is that the sound of an ooey gooey cheesy crunchy slice of P-I-Z-Z-A? Obviously, but as good as that sounds, we think it can get even better. Oh yeah, that's the sound of a freshly opened fizz-filled Pepsi. The only thing that can take this flavor medley of crunchy dough, mouth-watering cheese, and savory sauce to the next level. How about another bite? Pepsi and pizza sound like a match made in heaven and taste even better. Pizza, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
The Braves sweep the Mets. Firings in college football, not one but two, but not the guy you were expecting. And a lot of NFL excitement, including Derrick Henry's return to the big stage and a win for the Titans. We'll get to all that as we get rolling in a live show now on a Monday, heading into Week 6, where, as we had portrayed it back in the summer, Hick versus Nick was supposed to be a big showdown. But that's not the same kind of game we're expecting now in Bryant-Denny Stadium. In fact, game day is actually going to unbeaten TCU and unbeaten Kansas. And no, it's not April 1st. That is a real thing. And we got a look at QB2 for Alabama this weekend. And as Matt Berry said on the cut-in on ESPN when they showed a highlight of another game, only Alabama could replace a Heisman Trophy winning quarterback with a mini Derrick Henry at quarterback.
Well, that's what he looked like. Milroe, this is a guy that comes in. And, I think we talked about this on the post game on Saturday night. They did have the benefit of Sam Pittman not preparing, Barry Odom not preparing for Milroe. Now you've got Texas A&M and DJ Durk, and they've got time to prepare if Bryce Young is not going to be healthy this weekend. But Milroe did what he needed to do. I don't know if he can consistently throw the football and beat SEC opponents on a week-in, week-out basis, but the dude has wheels.
But to my point, we did discuss that on the postgame. Now Milroe has a chance to prepare this week as a starter. So, it cuts both ways. Everybody's like, oh, now they got time to get ready for Milroe. Well, Milroe's also got time to get ready to be a starting quarterback at Alabama. So I don't think you can overlook that either. So I don't know. It'll be interesting if it is Milroe against Texas A&M, and I would say all signs point to yes on that one.
Aaron Suttles with a good read today from The Athletic. Alabama can win with Milroe, but the season and their ultimate goal lies on the shoulders of Bryce Young. Well put by Aaron Suttles there. You can read it at nextroundlive.com. Auburn loses to LSU as we just run through all the big headlines here in our opening segment. That is brought to you by our friends at Wayne's. We'll jump into that game and everything else we saw in college football after Brownie sets the table for getting that grass in the right mindset going into winter.
Well, I mean, a lot of people would think, Jim, that here we are in fall. I can just quit paying attention to my grass. It is not growing season. Well, that's the wrong thing to do, because yards of the summer and spring are made this time of year. The proper shutdown of the growing season. You need to make sure you get the right nutrients and pre-emergence in the root system and down in the ground in the soil there. And Wayne's takes care of that when you hire them to do their EnviroLawn service. 866-WAYNES-1 is the number you need to call. 866-WAYNES. And the number one, use code TNR, and you're going to save 1 month. 1 month free off your annual EnviroLawn service when you call 866-WAYNES-1 and use the code TNR.
All right. When you look at Auburn, this from Connor O'Gara, I don't chart games, but, I just ride through them as a fan and I'm watching them. Fumble, missed field goal, punt, failed fourth down conversion, interception, punt, interception.
That's the old drive chart for Auburn.
That's the old drive chart for Auburn after the 17-0 lead on LSU.
Yeah, I'm going to say they're not making good adjustments, especially the offense. When Auburn has 6 second-half points over the last 3 games, that's a problem.
Yeah, that is a problem.
It's one of their problems.
Good win on the comeback for LSU on the road. Tough to win on the road in any conference, especially in the SEC with the crowd and the atmosphere. It started off so good. I mean, you got good Robbie Ashford. I mean, the kid passed for over 300 yards, 247 in the first half.
He was on pace for a 500-yard passing game in the first half. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Yeah.
I mean, if I would have told you guys that one quarterback has 337, one has 80, 337 wins, right?
Usually, yeah.
Yeah, but that wasn't the case. I don't know. Ashford seems a little more comfortable in his second start. I mean, you can't pin this on him.
He just turned 20 on Saturday, so it was a great birthday present. It looked like it was going to be for him in his coming out party on his 20th birthday at Jordan-Hare Stadium on national television. But then it goes
bad in the second half, and it's not all on him.
He is a little careless with the football, though.
Well, he is, but I mean, so too is the coaching staff, right? I mean, you're in the red zone and you run a reverse pass with a receiver, right?
Yeah, I didn't get that at all. I mean, what do you do? That's a play you run. Now, I'm about to say it's a play you run from midfield, but they ran it from midfield and it burned them against Penn State. A similar play, maybe not the exact same play. It might be time for the Brian Harsin staff to retire that play. I can think of 2 times they've run a similar play, right? Coming out of the half against Penn State and down on the goal line against LSU, and it's been intercepted both times, and it's absolutely changed both of those games. Because Auburn now, it's 21-17, if memory serves, but Auburn's driving. LSU's offense has done nothing. I mean, if you even get 3 there and make it 21-20, I like Auburn's chances of winning that game at that point.
They outgained LSU 438 to 270. But LSU wins the football game. Now it's an interesting week in Baton Rouge, 11 a.m. game with Tennessee off a bye week coming in with the new AP poll that's out. Tennessee is at number 8 in the country, and they're going to play LSU, who now is in the rankings at 25. By the way, if you missed the AP poll that came out, Alabama jumps back over Georgia. So it's Alabama, Georgia, Ohio State, Michigan, and Clemson. Grace Rayner writes, it's time to start considering Clemson a legitimate playoff contender. All due respect to Grace, I thought we already had considered Clemson a serious playoff contender from the get-go.
Man. I still look, and Wake flex this weekend going to Tallahassee and won that game like you thought they would.
Big win.
So Wake's a good team, but Clemson's defense got exposed last week against Wake Forest, and I'm just not sold. I don't know if there's elite teams now. After watching Georgia the last couple of weeks, they look so good the first 3 weeks of the season. And look, and I think they'll bounce back, and I think they win this game by 40 on Saturday. In Auburn, I mean, this is an embarrassing moment when you're getting close to 30 points against one of your biggest
rivalry game. They're getting how many?
It opened at 30. It went down to 28, though.
Yeah. See, I haven't seen any of the lines. What's Alabama with Texas A&M?
It opened at I saw it open at 17 at Circa. I think it's up to 20 this morning.
Yeah, I think it's at 20 right now.
So it's not off the board. I mean, you're able to play that.
Oh, I don't think they have to take it off the board.
Not knowing with Bryce's status.
I think that tells you everything you need to know about Texas A&M right there.
Georgia is 28.5 right now.
Yeah, I've got them open
and
right
somebody's reporting that Bryce is just a bruise right now. And
well, it's sprained. I mean,
23.5.
23.5.
And I'm assuming that line. I think that line is up with Vegas assuming backup quarterback.
Yeah, but that's why.
Which tells you, I mean, there's just not a. I mean, there is a drop off to Milroe. Bryce Young may be the best quarterback in Alabama history, but it's not a precipitous drop off. Alabama's fine with Jalen Milroe in there.
Yeah, but that's my point, Brown. If there's value in it, if Bryce plays, and it's 23 because of Milroe. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. You can go on and grab it now. If Bryce plays, it might go to 27, which, again, sounds really silly with the hype coming into this season on this game.
Yeah.
If I voted in the AP poll, I would have gone this week. I would have gone Ohio State, Alabama, Georgia. That would have been my 1, 2, 3.
Ohio State has found their offense. I mean, that week one, again, there's been so many surprising different games and matchups this year, and I go back, and Notre Dame is playing better football right now, but still for Notre Dame to completely shut down that Ohio State offense just doesn't make sense watching Ohio State for the last 3 weeks.
I mean, now they were playing Rutgers, so I do have to, it's the equivalent of playing Vandy or Missouri in the SEC. But Georgia was playing Missouri in the SEC and barely won the game.
But you think about this. Okay, so best receiver and Jigba Smith's out.
That's right.
Best running back and Travion Henderson's out. And you bring in Mayan Williams, and he goes 189 and 5 touchdowns in his first ever start.
Ole Miss is up to number 9 in that rankings behind Tennessee. Penn State is 10. They're on a bye week this week after barely getting by Northwestern. What I wanted to bring up in the rankings is that you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams in the top 25 that were not ranked going into the weekend. TCU jumps all the way in at number 17.
They should.
As they dismantle Oklahoma. And here is, and I'll see if I get the name right. Oklahoma, with the Red River Shootout coming up this weekend with Texas, is facing their first 3-game losing streak since John Blake was the coach. Was that his name?
Yeah, that was his name, John Blake. Yeah.
In the 90s? Is this the early 90s?
That was.
Or was it the 80s?
No. John Blake
the
was
90s.
Yeah. Was it before or after Schnellenberger did that pit stop?
I think it was right after Snellenberger.
Right after Schnellenberger, before Bob Stoops. Yeah.
So John Blake is the last time Oklahoma has lost 3 straight games in a row. They go in now as the underdog to freaking Texas at the Texas State Fair game this upcoming weekend, 11 a.m. Out of game day on ABC.
And they might be facing Quinn Ewers. And with that defense, the way they're playing, if Quinn Ewers is anywhere close to what we saw against Alabama, the way the Oklahoma defense is playing, that 5 ain't enough, my man.
Well,
they'll rip them up.
Is there a possibility that Gabriel doesn't play?
Well,
yeah.
I think it's a distinct possibility.
That was a massive hit.
It was a dirty hit.
It was a dirty hit.
Yeah.
It was a
No
dirty
doubt.
hit. We talk all the time, and I was going to get into this later, but it's a good time to bring it up. We talk all the time about the problems with targeting and the way we administer that in college football. And I think we all agree in our off-season discussion that we are in favor of a level 1, level 2,
tiered targeting. Yeah,
tiered targeting. There is no doubt that should have been flagged and maybe even ejected in 1977.
Right.
Forget here in 2022. That is a tier 1 or 2, whichever one we're going to make the most severe. That is an easy ejection. In fact, I would rise up. I would not just keep him out of a half. I would suspend him for a game.
Yeah, that's why I've never really discussed this as part of the tiered targeting because we focus so much on what shouldn't be ejected. But I would say on the other end of that, there should be some that you could review later and say, yeah, that one rises to a full game.
Yeah.
I know you set out the second half, or did that happen in the second half? It happened in the second half.
No, I think it was first half.
Was it first half? Okay,
Yeah.
so you sat out the second half. We're going to make you sit out a whole nother game. You're
whole
not
game.
playing against Texas.
Yeah, I mean that
or Texas Tech or whoever you play next.
That looked to be intent to injure.
Yeah, I mean, the quarterback, Dylan Gabriel, is going down to slide. And I know sometimes you have left your feet right as the quarterback starts to slide.
You can adjust a little bit, though.
Yeah, I mean, he went for his head.
But it was the forearm
he went for his head.
It was the forearm shiver that got it for me.
Yeah, that's the type of stuff we don't need in the game. It was a dirty hit. Now, listen, it was not the reason Oklahoma lost. They were well on the path to losing before that.
I give Sonny Dykes a lot of credit, though,
He's got him. Max Dugan's playing well.
Yeah, and I've been a Max Duggan fan for a long time. And this is him playing his complete game.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
what's crazy though, go back 2 weeks ago when we had and we really respect Brock Huard, but talking about how much this defense has changed for Oklahoma.
Violent.
Yeah, it has not changed.
No, it's worse.
Yeah, I think it is worse.
More on that coming up.
Yeah. If you missed our late night, we get a little raw at times. I said sometimes we discuss violent diarrhea.
Sometimes you do.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the way you describe it sometimes, right?
Oh, yeah.
A violent case of diarrhea. And I said, much in the same case, Oklahoma can't stop the runs either.
Hey!
73, 67, 62, and 69 yards. Some of those passing, but some of them are runs for TCU.
69-yard and a 67-yard rush.
Now, Brent Venables is the head coach, so this falls at his feet. But do you know who the defensive coordinator is there?
I do. Y'all are just tearing up my up and down.
Yeah.
It's Ted Roof, and I had forgotten about it.
That's the final hour of the show, so we can circle
we'll
back.
bring it right back. It's Ted Roof.
Roof.
And as Oklahoma is getting carved up, they cut to the booth, and there sits Ted Roof, and I'm like, well, of course they're getting carved up.
Yeah.
They had 4 plays of 62 or more yards.
Yeah.
The crazy thing was the first quarter.
Oh, 27 points?
TCU scored 27 points and punted twice.
Yep.
How do you do that?
Yeah, how do you have that many possessions?
How do you have that many possessions in a quarter?
I would, if I could redo it, my Friday headlines. If I'd have just known what was going to happen, I would have done something with the roof is on fire.
Yeah, had you seen that one coming?
Yes.
I mean, their defense is just maybe it's historically bad right now.
Yeah, and it's Brent Venables,
I know.
who's known as one of the great defensive minds. It's his team, and I think we were more worried about the offense going into the year. Oh, he'll get the defense right. So far, not so good. 2 weeks in a row, the Oklahoma defense has looked really, really bad against the run, mostly. Bad run fits. And hats off to Sonny Dykes, 55-24. TCU beats Oklahoma. More college football in the Braves in a second after Brownie tells us about the great folks at Alabama Power. And don't forget, you can always check all the local news and other current events at Alabama News Center. and we do a college football whip around every week for them.
Yeah, and Alabama's power, the Alabama Power's job, keeping the lights on, but also keeping you informed. You depend on them for that. Now they're rolling out new tools to keep you up to date, especially during storms. The new outage map lets you see outages in your area. Search by county, zip code, city, or municipality. Use the live weather radar feature, outagemap.alabamapower.com.
Okay, so Wisconsin and Colorado fired their coaches. So, Carl Durrell being out at Colorado, we knew that was coming. They were off. They had set a record, that had not been set since 1957, just on historically bad losses to start off the season. Well, here goes Paul Chryst. And I thought I'd brought this up a couple of weeks ago that, when's the seat going to get out for Paul Chryst? And I felt like I got a little, there's no way they're going to fire Paul Chryst because of, his record, what it had been. And he has a tremendously good record. It just has trended bad. Do you guys see this as a firing not to really launch a national coaches search, but just to make sure they don't lose Jim Leonard, the defensive coordinator?
I think that's 100% it. I think they were fearful that somebody, one of these open jobs, Nebraska, Colorado, potentially, you never know, Auburn, whoever, one of these open jobs is going to come get Jim Leonard. And I think they didn't like the prospect of losing him. So I think at the first possible opportunity to fire Paul Chryst, you fire him. And Lance, when you play Illinois and you're Wisconsin and you rush for 2 yards in a game, 2 yards against Illinois, not Ohio State, Dunaway,
but Wisconsin.
Wisconsin,
And
you've got 2 yards.
In my opinion, an NFL-ready running back, a sophomore who's only 20 years old, Braylon Allen, it makes zero sense. I mean, the one thing you can always count on is Wisconsin's ability to run the football. I don't think it helped that you lost to Brett Bielema, a coach that they felt really jilted them by leaving their program to go to Arkansas.
Yeah, and you got drilled by them. You didn't just lose. Like, you didn't lose a decision at the buzzer.
But I'm still surprised. But, I get the Jim Leonard thing, but it's almost worth telling him behind the scenes, hey, before you take another job, we'll make sure you're our guy.
Yeah, but what risk you run there is Paul Chryst does just enough down the stretch that you can't fire him.
Well, which he did last year.
Right, and now you've got him. You got him where you can push him off the ledge and make Jim Leonard the coach.
And just for the record, he's never had a losing season.
Yeah.
He has not. 67-26 as the head coach at Wisconsin. That's not a bad record. The problem is he's 15-10 over the last 3 seasons, and that's trending very average at Wisconsin. To your point, Brown, though, the flip side of that is Jim Leonard's the interim coach. He takes over in what is a manageable schedule down the stretch, and it could look really good for the 39-year-old as he settles into the job there at Wisconsin as the interim. And I mentioned the Brown before. Wisconsin's the best job open right now of the jobs. What do we have? Wisconsin, Nebraska, Arizona State, Colorado, Georgia Tech.
Yep.
Wisconsin's the best job by far.
Yeah.
Right?
No, I would agree. And then when Auburn opens up, that will be – you can make the argument between Wisconsin and Auburn.
But to your point, Dunaway, at Northwestern, at Michigan State, 2 eminently winnable games. You host Purdue, which is tough. You host Maryland, At Iowa, I mean – somebody will have to score there, I assume. I don't know.
13 wins.
Yeah, at Nebraska, winnable game, hosting Minnesota. Yeah, the remainder of this schedule sets it up for Jim Leonard to be the guy where it's like, boy, look how that team turned around with Jim Leonard.
Could go into the Minnesota game still playing for the West.
They could. Oh gosh, anybody can win the West. Yeah. I mean, they're 0-2 right now, but the lead's 1-1. Everybody else is 1-1.
With Minnesota losing this past week, that was another kind of shocking the way they lost that game to not score in the second half.
Yeah, if to your point, if Jim Leonard takes them to Indianapolis, I guess where they're playing it again this year. If he takes them to Indianapolis, I mean, all of a sudden you're like, how do you not name this guy?
Yeah. Carl Durrell's firing. We can talk about the candidates later on. But Wisconsin feels like the job won't come open. It feels like it'll be Jim Leonard's job.
I would agree.
They won't even search nationally. And everyone says Eric Bieniemy of the Chiefs will be an easy fit to replace Carl Durrell. But you say, and I agree. Why would you, if you're about to be a head coach in the NFL,
don't do it.
Why would you take that job? I know you played there, and everybody wants to say, well, he played there, he loves it. Well, maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. He loves money, and he loves a better situation, which is the NFL.
Yeah, Nick Saban played at Kent State, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, for Bieniemy, I mean, you've got too much at stake. I mean, you can go in the NFL, and it's. I don't know how you recruit to Colorado. Bieniemy was one of the reasons they had success early on because Dan McCarthy was able to go in there and recruit Southern California.
By the way, names mentioned, if it's not Eric Bieniemy, Air Force's Troy Calhoun. He knows the area really well.
Right there in the state.
Yeah. Jeff Grimes, who coached there at BYU, is a really smart guy at Baylor, though they lost this last weekend. Mark Helfrich, who used to coach at Oregon.
On the Fox set.
Spent a little time in Colorado. Barry Odom, who, was 500 at Missouri, but is now, resurrected his career. The hottest name, I think, that you'll hear is Bronco Mendenhall, who's out this year, right?
Yep, sitting out. Voluntarily left Virginia, but sitting out.
And if you watch the quarterback at Virginia,
Brennan Armstrong,
he's not the same guy anymore without Bronco Mendenhall there.
One of my losers I gave out this week was Virginia against Duke, and Duke popped them.
And then I think Feldman had him on the list. Auburn's Brian Harsin. Despite everyone always writes this, despite what's going on at Auburn, he's known out west as a successful coach, 69-19 at Boise. And every time Arizona State, his name popped up. Now Colorado, his name is popping up. It'll be interesting to see if anybody pulls the trigger on a Brian Harsin hire.
The Colorado job's an awful job, but if I am Harsin, I would take it in a heartbeat to get out, and I'm sure Auburn would love for him to take it in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
I think it would be a happy departure for both.
You don't walk away from $16 million, though.
I do not.
You reach
no.
a agreement.
That's right, yes.
No, and I really thought the decision would come down yesterday for Harsin. If they do lose by 30-plus points to Georgia, do you guys think it happens next week?
Brown I'll let him say it again because we know you guys don't watch every second of everything we do. Though we wish you would and hit those thumbs up buttons when you do. But last week, Brown made a great point about why you don't make a change after the loss to LSU. Say it again.
Well, I think if you're going to make a guy like Zach Etheridge or Carnell Williams, an Auburn guy, your interim, why make his first game a beatdown at Georgia? And if you're ready to fire Harsin, the Georgia game is only going to add fuel to that fire. At this point, you may as well just let him coach Ole Miss and fire him in the bye week and take some time to regroup in the bye week, because even if he beats Ole Miss, you could still make a great case, and I don't think they're worried about that anymore. Like, it has to be after a win or after a loss or whatever. Yeah. You fire him when you're ready to fire him, and they're obviously ready to fire him. But I think if you were going to make a Zach Etheridge or Carnell Williams the interim, you got more respect for them as Auburn guys than to put them in the situation where their first game has to be against Georgia.
Yeah, when they go over there and lose 55-10.
Yeah, ask Mickey Joseph how that went.
Yeah.
As the Nebraska interim in his first games against Oklahoma.
Yeah, it was like, thank you.
Yeah, I got my teeth kicked in. Thank you.
I would say Bruce Feldman is said on Fox's platform that he thinks Auburn will at least reach out to Deion Sanders to see if there's interest. We'll see if other names pop up, what Auburn will do. But right now, Brian Harsin is still the coach as we move to Week 6 in a rivalry weekend, 2:30 on CBS for Auburn and Georgia. Prime time for Texas A&M and Alabama, 7 o'clock on CBS. Both of those on CBS 42 this weekend. Odie's brings you part of the show. We'll talk about the Braves coming up in the next segment as they have a big weekend sweep of the New York Mets. They now control their own destiny to get that all-important bye and win the division again. We'll talk about that and get to your best and worst of the weekend. Odie's ready for another great week.
Yeah, look, it's a Birmingham institution. Odie's located right there in Crestline Village. Remember, every Wednesday we do Odie's Team Trivia. It's a great place to get incredible lunch or dinner. Rodney Davis serving those up for over 30 years now. The burgers, award-winning wings, delicious sandwiches, including that Diablo sandwich, fantastic patio to enjoy this fall weather, ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. Go see Will Haver and that great staff at Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
This hour of the next round is fed by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Visit Culver's for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers, find it at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Hi, I'm Lionel Richie, and I have traveled all over the world, but I consider Tuskegee, Alabama as my home sweet home. I have such a pride in this state, and I know that there's something I need to tell you that's of great importance. Vote. Register to vote and get your voter ID today. It really is easy. Easy like Sunday morning.
Football season is back, and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champyschecken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
You know that sound anywhere. It's the crisp crunch of that first nacho chip. With its perfect cheese to sour cream ratio sitting atop a layer of delicious beans, it's a sip away from perfection. That's what we're looking for. Add a delicious, refreshing Pepsi and we've achieved absolute nacho nirvana. Because while you can pile those nachos high with every spicy, cheesy, savory topping, there's no topping a cool Pepsi finish. Nachos, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation. 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The new Ride plus $50,000 cash giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away a Ford Bronco, Jeep Wrangler, and $50,000 cash. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings October 21st and 22nd. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older, must be present to win.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, for all of your IT and printing needs, reach out to our friends at Xerox Business Solutions. Look, I'm still one of those old school guys. I print my notes every single day for the show. If you watch the show here on the Next Round, you see all the notes in front of me. From day one, Xerox Business Solutions, they've been with us here at the Next Round. Local for over 45 years. For all of your IT and printing needs, visit XeroxBusinessSolutions.com or call 205-969-3000. That's 205-969-3000.
Rockstar, one thing I learned over the weekend, how many people have the Dish Network? I really didn't think I didn't think anybody had the Dish Network. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
I thought Dish.
I think a lot more people less people are going to have Dish
Yeah,
Network now.
I believe they lost a few customers.
Yeah, there's going to be a little bit of a fallout.
You know, I guess I get sucked in by advertising, and I just thought the Dish Network was sort of the off-brand of networks, right? Like it would be, you know, not the Pepsi. It would be something we'd buy at Walmart.
Were they the ones that had that big campaign with is it the kangaroo or something like that where you could
record
8 things at a time?
What do they call it? Did they call it the hopper?
Yeah, the hopper.
The hopper.
The hopper.
The hopper.
I had
Park the car with the hopper.
Oh my.
My
Don't get him started.
So good. My first, the first house we owned, I had Dish.
Did you?
Yeah, for a minute, and then went to Charter because they advertised with us at the time. Yeah. And then I'm DirecTV, but I've had Dish before. I didn't hate it. I mean, there was Dish and Direct.
Come join us.
You won't hate it.
Yes.
Well, I mean,
it seems about right for Dish. Though.
Dish and DirecTV are the same exact thing. I mean, there's nothing different about them except Sunday Ticket, really. I don't know what would be different, or at least they were then.
My only experience with Dish was at our old place of employment, and I hated it up there.
Yeah,
whenever it rained.
Yeah, I think it was.
Well, I mean, DirecTV's the same exact thing whenever it rains. So there's no difference there.
Yeah. Anyway, a lot of the worst of the weekend rolling in is that I'm a Dish customer, which I didn't know a lot of you were. Woke up and there was no ESPN programming without warning on Saturday morning, which sucks if you're a football fan. So it did suck.
It is back now, though. I mean, right on the day that ESPN has. What do they have tonight? What is it?
Monday Night Football.
Monday Night Football. Do they pay a lot for that?
Yes.
Yeah. And then what starts this week on ESPN? There's something else. Big.
Baseball playoffs.
Oh, the baseball playoffs.
Yes,
yeah.
yeah.
Oddly, ESPN was able to find some common ground with Dish Network, with Monday Night Football and the Major League playoffs on the horizon.
Yeah, that bothers me. We treat the customers like that, but that's the world we live in. Best and worst of the weekend, we'll get to all of those, brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services, cooling, heating, and plumbing. These people do it, and they do it right.
Yes, they do. The first call you need to make when disaster strikes, because unfortunately it happens to most of us, is to Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemp Hill Services, the ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That's our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Before we get to some in the chat room over here, if you're watching on the video platform, if you're audio or just want to jump on Twitter, at Next Round Live, follow us there as well, at Next Round Live on Twitter. Andrew writes in, best of the weekend, mostly that it's over. Tough one on the personal level and on the sports level. At least Georgia squeezed out a win in Columbia. That's his best. His worst was the Dish Network. Nick, best of the weekend, Talladega this weekend. Both the kids and I loved it. Other than the noise, they still liked it. Worst was leaving with 50 laps to go and missed Chase Elliott with the pass to win the race at the end. And thanks for sporting, Nick, the next round gear over at Talladega this weekend.
Hey, I kept thinking Georgia, they're going to win this game. Georgia kicks a field goal. Georgia's going to win this game. Georgia kicks a field goal. I'm like, I don't know, man. Maybe Georgia's not going to win this game.
I made a huge cash offer that Georgia would, because the roommate kept panicking because she's a Georgia grad. And she's like, we're not going to win this game. And I was like, I will give you X amount if you lose this game.
Yeah.
Just please be quiet. You're not going to lose this game.
Please be quiet.
Little lady, just sit over there and be quiet. I'll give you all the money in my wallet. Get my wallet, sugar.
I mean, I couldn't, like I'm sure you, Brown, I couldn't process Missouri winning that game. It just didn't seem possible.
I never thought it was going to happen.
Yeah, I always thought Georgia was going to win the game, and they tried not to, man. I cannot believe how good you can look from, let's just go week one against Oregon, to how bad they looked against Missouri.
Yeah, because Oregon's played some pretty good football since then.
Especially their offense.
Yeah, Bo Nix has been pretty good. He had the longest run. I happened to be watching when he had the longest run of his career, they said, and it was only like 37 yards. I was surely Bo's run for more than 37 yards.
You saw they changed his name of the weekend. Bo Heisnix.
Oh, gosh.
Got that coming up in 4 downs. But.
Okay. Rockstar, can you give me cut 6 real quick? It's Kirby Smart's reaction to what you guys are talking about. You watched Georgia, and this was shocking at how their offensive line got dominated by Missouri time and time again, play after play after play. Shout out to Channel 2, WSB, over in Atlanta for having a huge mic flag and making the trip to Columbia.
Bulldog Illustrated.
And our friends at Bulldog Illustrated, who gives us a postgame here with Kirby Smart talking about having to deal with that Missouri defense.
You talked about the run game struggling. Can you put your finger on in that first half what it was that was kind of preventing you guys?
Getting your ass whipped up front. That's what the finger was. Like when you put on pads and you got to strike another man and he's across from you and he weighs 300 and you weigh 300, somebody wins and somebody loses. So the finger is we getting our butts whooped. Okay, now scheme-wise, we can maybe help them out. We can do some different things. We can look and find some things. Gap plays helped us. You know, we ran some gap plays, and that really helped us. But when you're not running the ball well, you're usually getting whipped.
Yeah, straight to the point.
Your ass
get your ass whipped.
Well, and our mutual friend, Matt Murphy, who used to work with us back in the radio days, he's in Nashville now, texted me in that game and said, I haven't watched a lot of Missouri. Is their defensive line supposed to be amazing? Because We can't move them. And I said, they look good last week against Auburn, but I wrote that off to just being Auburn, right? Auburn's offensive line's not great. Auburn's offense isn't great. Is there a chance maybe Missouri's defensive line is just really good? It's what they've been known for since they came to the conference.
Yeah, I still don't understand how Georgia look, you double up first downs. Georgia has 28 to 14 first downs for Missouri. Missouri's only 3 of 13 on third downs, and Missouri pretty much controlled that entire game because of the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, Kirby, I know Kirby's right. He's the head coach, Ryan, but Kirby they got their tail whipped up front.
They really did.
They couldn't run it.
But I just wonder, if you're Todd Monken, you do all this elaborate stuff. You do all this elaborate stuff all the time, and his play calling seems like it was layering upon layering upon layering, and then you have a Kent State game where you guys don't play great. Then you go on the road to Missouri. Stetson, I think, only completed 2 passes of 20-plus yards in the whole game. You got Brock Bowers, and you got Washington. You got all these tight ends. You
still got Ladd McConkey, who actually
he had some drops though.
Yeah, for whatever reason, he does get open.
Yeah, they didn't seem as creative and didn't seem as aggressive as they had been through the first part of the game, like they were against Oregon. They stretched Oregon all over the field. I thought, yes, the offensive line was getting their butts kicked. Yes, when that happens, it limits what you can do offensively. But my goodness, it didn't look like they had a great game plan going into that one either.
No.
Best and worst of the weekend continues, brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill. Here's what also is coming up on the show, brought to you by our friends at Michelson. John Samuel Shenker will be on the show, the Auburn tight end, in about 50 minutes. That's 10:25 Central Time, hour 2 if you're watching us on the podcast here. Joel Klatt will join us at 11 o'clock. Joel, not happy with my comment. All I tweeted over the weekend was, it is hard to win games on the road in the SEC. I think Joel forgets that I'm not a national guy. I'm just a regional guy.
Mm-hmm.
I just work in the SEC.
Jimmy Region.
I just work in the South.
Right.
I didn't say it's not easy.
Y'all can have the rest of it, right?
Y'all can have the rest.
We got the T-shirts, yes. We need to send Klatt one of those.
But I didn't say, Joel, it's not easy. It's easy to win on the road in the Big Ten, Pac-12. I just said it's hard to win on the road in the SEC. I'm just a regional guy.
Hey,
I'm just a caveman. I'm just down here in Alabama.
I had a buddy call me over the weekend. He's like, "Oh, you're USC team," and I was like, "Dude, we escaped Corvallis last week."
Yeah, that's right.
I mean,
28,000 screaming fans.
It is a little ridiculous when you start to look around the country at some of these hostile environments. I mean, I do agree with you. Look, I'm not just a regional guy. I like coast to coast, but I mean, it's fact.
I'm sitting here watching, Georgia in Columbia, and that place, you couldn't even see the rocks, the lizards on the rock. It was covered up.
It was their biggest crowd in the last 3 years, and I'm really confused by that because why do you show up? I mean, look, if you're a good fan, you show up, whatever, but you're coming off that loss to Auburn where you handed them the game. By the way, we talked about this pre-show. Harold Mevis, the thicker kicker, could not miss Saturday night.
Made everything he looked at.
Yeah, 4 for 4, hit one from 56, one from 52, and the kid couldn't hit an extra point to win a game.
I love his celebration, Rockstar. He was walking off the field like this.
Well, it's probably because it's stiff to move. Yeah, a lot of weight to carry.
Having watched that game against Georgia, I am willing to go back and concede that you're right. I would have played for the field goal down at Auburn. I mean, the guy can't miss. How did he miss that one at Auburn?
It was too close.
I guess so.
It was too close.
That was it. Hey, real quick, because I know we won't get back to this. We were talking about Ted Roof, Rockstar, being the problem with Oklahoma's defense, and Dunaway said he wished he had made it a headline. Patrick says, Norman Times, there's a leak in the roof. Will, we love you playing the parts on the show. Oklahoma needs to call Greg from Pell City. They got a leak in your roof. The best one, though, Mark, your headline, Dunaway, is Ted Roof busted.
You're what? You're what? That's Michelson Look Ahead also includes the Nick Saban News Conference with Texas A&M Week coming up at 12 noon here on the show, brought to you by our friends at Michelson.
Yeah, to find out if LASIK is right for you, one simple phone call. Michelson Laser Vision, 969-8100. I made that call 2 decades ago. Glad I did. One of the best decisions I ever made because I was wearing the contacts. I was wasting money each and every year on contacts and solutions, and it was like going from low def to high def. Once I got the procedure done, again, 969-8100. Ask for Amy Toller. The next round sent you. They will hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You have nothing to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Dr. Jen Michelson, Dr. Mark Michelson, the best in the business. Call today. Tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or michelsonlaservision.com.
Jay Mose said Dish's equipment is much better. I have no idea. I don't know what makes equipment better or worse, but he says their equipment's much better. But it was not, that equipment was not getting ESPN over the weekend. And, I mean, SEC Network, too. So you weren't getting the SEC Network, ESPN, ESPNU. Pritch Law says the remotes and receivers on Dish are way better than DirecTV. So there you go. It's 2 for 2 on that one. Streaming, not immune to channels being out, so don't tell everybody just to go to YouTube TV, says Steve. For a bit, and I don't know if it's still the case, YouTube was not getting Braves games, right? I don't think they had Bally's or something like that on YouTube TV. Let's see. Best of the weekend from Mark. Greg Brooks still the ball from LSU, now Auburn. Wide receiver Coy Moore, worse. Booth calling down a targeting penalty on Sevyn Banks as he lay motionless on the field. That's tough, man.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy was guilty of a penalty, and you've got to assess the penalty. They'd already thrown the flag. But once a guy gets carted off to the hospital, you do feel kind of bad about calling a 15-yard penalty on him, don't you?
You do, but, I mean, part of the targeting is to protect the defender, too.
Yeah.
Right? So.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough call there. There was some criticism, and I'm sure they have, their protocol, but there was some criticism of the fact they didn't let the guy leave the field before they called the penalty.
Yeah.
I mean, now, I didn't catch that because I was watching. It overlapped, of course, the end of the Bama game. I had flipped back over while there was a delay just to see what was going on. I'd flipped my sound back over in the Bama game, so I didn't hear them do that. But apparently they called the penalty as he's being carted off.
Does anybody else in their sports room want just a little knob? What was it? Was it Damon's barbecue back in the day?
Yep. Yeah, it wasn't barbecue, but it was Damon's.
It was Damon's ribs, right?
Yeah, they were known for their ribs, I think, but it was more of a sports bar.
And it had a switch on there that you could switch the audio, just 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I want that in my sports room. I want to switch to set by me to I just turn it 1,
almost
2,
like where it
3.
has like a button, like you could change the channel with
No,
it too.
but Rockstar,
I've got so many remotes.
There's nothing that it just
see, that's a big problem.
No, but there's nothing that just has the one button. To Dunaway's point, like even a universal remote, I got to swap to the TV I want. Well, I got to mute my first one, swap to the one I want, and do the volume on that.
It's a pain.
But it's still pretty quick.
It is, but not as quick as what Dunaway's talking about, where I can just go
just a click right there. But you know what I had in my old setup, and I'm waiting to see if we're going to buy or rent before I get my final setup, the one that'll take me to the grade.
Oh my God! Please, I know you got sketches. I know you got sketches.
Take him to the grade. Maggie, I've got the TV set up the way I like it. Lord, take me now.
But in my last one, I would have the audio, turned down on all the TVs except the 2 biggest games. And that way and the remotes were all the same on all my TVs. So I would just hit one button. And it would mute the one I was listening to and turn on the one I wasn't. It was just one button.
Or you could do the setup. We went to this guy's house one time, and we went to his sports room, and it was 3 TVs, and he had volume full blast on all 3.
Yeah.
It was a baseball game and 2 football games.
Negative,
and
Fred.
it was just
it's just up for you to concentrate.
Octo box for it.
Wait, you really experienced this?
You were there. Had a picture of Dolly Parton.
Yeah. I forgot about that.
Oh yeah.
I don't think you heard.
Every TV was max volume.
I don't think you could hear any of them.
All right.
I do remember that now. Rockstar was like, "Oh my gosh, is this really happening?"
It was a sensory overload.
Bryce Young is day-to-day with that AC sprain. We'll hear from Nick Saban coming up at 12 noon. As far as everyone else in sports, scary stuff with J.J. Watt, emotional. He had a big day yesterday in the National Football League. We'll talk about the NFL. The show being brought to you by Precision Sports. They will get you back into the game, LT.
They will, Dunaway. Our friends at Precision Sports want to remind you that if you are close to or if you've met your annual insurance deductible, your out-of-pocket costs could be significantly reduced. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics encourages you to see an orthopedic surgeon for that elective procedure to treat back pain, foot pain, hand pain, shoulder pain, and other joints. Make an appointment. Start saving today at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
This hour of the Next Round is fed by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Visit Culver's for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers, find it at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620.
Going to a big football game? Walking around all day? Then you'll want comfortable shoes. This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Score a touchdown with a new pair of ultra-comfortable running or walking shoes. Come to the New Balance Birmingham store. I'm telling you, we'll make sure you have a perfect fit and we'll treat you like the starting QB. Our job is to make sure your feet are happy. Visit the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Your feet will thank you.
Hey there, folks. Welcome back to another college football season. And welcome back to another season of Fansville by Dr. Pepper. That little slice of heaven. Every man, woman, and student section drinks Dr. Pepper like their life depends on it. It does. Where the air is filled with the scent of charcoal grills, and the streets are marked with yard lines. Practical. Where the current trending baby names are Blitz, Spike, and 2-point conversion. Adorable. And recruitment starts before you're born. It's a linebacker. Where NFT stands for Not Fun Tailgate, and DIY stands for Dr. Pepper is Yummy. It is. It's the place off-season fever dreams are made of, where the right to life, liberty, and barbecue is written in the town's constitution. Saucy. And the current forecast is sunny, with a 90% chance of the skies opening up and raining down delicious droplets of Dr. Pepper. Grab a bucket. Get ready for anything to happen this college football season on Fansville by Dr. Pepper. The one fans deserve. Grab some today.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
The long hours of summer are great for golf at the Jerry Pate Design Timberline Golf Club. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline. Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
Okay, my worst of the weekend can also be a Cowan Equipment poll question.
Uh-oh.
Brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment.
All right.
My worst of the weekend, and tell me if this happens to anyone else, but if my doorbell rings, my little yapping dogs go freaking crazy.
Yes, happens to me, yes.
Yeah, Lady Bird goes nuts too.
Yeah, Charlie.
Papa John's should either be fined by the FCC our Papa John's.
the doorbell commercial.
Our Papa John's should have to.
Give me a free papadilla.
They should have to give free pizzas to everyone with dogs. It's the CBS game, right?
Yeah.
Where they're doing the Papa John starting lineup. Time for the Papa John starting lineup. Ding dong. I mean, I don't need the freaking doorbells to starting freaking lineups.
You know what I would do? I have a little remote thing that go to channel to TV too.
Doorbells and commercials should be banned by Americans.
So it used to be the cow knocking on my TV screen.
Which I didn't have a problem with.
Well, yeah, your
My
dog
dogs don't
didn't
go crazy with that.
You know, for some reason, Charlie didn't go nuts with it. But
Yeah. Ladybird didn't
But
either.
I saw,
My dog's smart enough to know the difference
That's
between
right.
a real doorbell
Yes,
and a...
that's right. And you know what Lance's dog is smart enough to know? He wouldn't order that kind of pizza.
Okay, before you guys give me hell, by the way, I did write my name on this because I paid for it on Friday and didn't want anybody to drink it over the weekend. So
Is that Jim's Diet Mountain Dew?
This is
That you're drinking right there?
Jim's
Okay,
Diet Mountain
just in case
Dew
anybody
today,
cares.
yes.
Yeah.
Is that stupid?
I mean, I know it's not mine.
Yeah, it ain't mine.
And I put the do not drink symbol on top.
That just that for some people that would encourage me to take it.
I did not want to waste this $2, bro.
Yeah. Jason says our upset alert siren gets him when he's in the car. My friend Ryan texted me the same thing. Sirens on radio commercials.
Yep.
Yeah,
That used to get me.
But Jason, that's
different.
Yeah,
We're doing it.
That's us. That's not our problem.
It's entertainment when we do it.
It's the purge siren. I mean, come on.
Part of the show brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment.
Hey, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from our rental fleet. For sale now, visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
Carl writes in on Twitter at Next Round Live, his best of the weekend, Brad Nessler pointing out that Jenny Dale actually did ask Nick Saban about the team when Saban responded he didn't want to talk about the Bryce Young injury after the game.
That is true in postgame.
He did. And we talked about it on the postgame where, I mean, Nessler and Gary took a shot at Saban's response at halftime, saying his answer was short, blah, 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 when Jenny did not ask a smart question about would Milroe be the quarterback in the second half, and he responded, well, if Bryce can't play, yes.
Yeah, after he had just told her, I don't know the extent of Bryce's injury. I'm about to go in the locker room and find out. And she says, do you anticipate Jalen Milroe playing the second half? And he's like, you know, if Bryce can't go, yeah, he's going to. I mean, it was kind of a dumb question.
Yeah, but with them coming back and saying, well, the coach is going to have short answers, and, obviously, whatever, took a shot on Nick's answer there. But his answer afterwards wasn't to what she asked. I don't know if he didn't hear her or what with the crowd noise after a game, or he just wanted to say what he wanted to say.
I think he does that a lot.
Yeah, I think I've got this message in mind.
Here's what I'm going to say.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the team.
Yeah.
Royal writes in, Royal Payne, suddenly the SEC, this is the best, suddenly the SEC East with Georgia and Tennessee and even Florida and Kentucky is a lot more intriguing. The East race is still going to be Georgia. I'm surprised at the overreaction that we're getting with the Georgia Bulldogs playing a tough road SEC game.
I am too, but I mean, you look at the SEC West, man, Arkansas still, to me, might be the second best team.
With two losses.
I know that's hard to say with the two losses. I mean, LSU, again, is getting better.
I mean, you got to give some freaking credit to Ole Miss and Mississippi State, though. I mean, Ole Miss, Kentucky lost the game, and everybody's going to point to
Levis has got to protect the football those final two drives.
Everybody's going to point to Kentucky's not as good as we thought they were. They were overrated. That was a good football game.
No, it was.
Good football game. And Ole Miss's defense, Brown, is what looks good.
Yeah, I mean,
not the abs of the DC, but
tell me, Rockstar, you were watching at the end of that game. Did you see the end of Kentucky Ole Miss?
I saw him fumble the ball.
Yeah.
And I saw that last play. I think that's when I turned it off.
All right, so
the celebration?
They got the shot in the coach's booth, and it's like I don't know if it's a fisheye camera. I mean, Scott can tell me that, but the camera is like tilted up. So we're looking up the nostrils of the defensive coordinator and Charlie Weiss Jr., the offensive coordinator.
Basically wearing a midriff.
Yeah. So the defensive coordinator, you could see him yell, ball, like that. And they recover it in the booth. It was awesome video. The booth goes nuts. But we're looking right up the defensive coordinator, and all he's wearing is like gym shorts and a pullover. No T-shirt under it. And then when he jumps up, that pullover comes way up, and it is nothing but gut. Yeah. Nothing but gut hanging out there.
Yeah, he watches game tape with a nice ice-cold Bud Light.
Yeah.
A lot.
And Blackledge to Dunaway called it a drive-by by Blackledge. He's like, Coach Chris Partridge probably going to want to wear a T-shirt next week.
Yeah. He just suddenly threw that in there. Blackledge, who may be the nicest human on television.
Right.
He's going to look at this and decide he wants to wear a T-shirt next week.
One of my best came from that telecast as well. Well, my actual best is the fact that Aaron Judge does not have any more regular season Saturday at bats.
Yeah,
So
thank God.
Thank God we could be done with that. But when they're coming back from one of the studio updates, Matt Berry says to Sean McDonough, Sean, the tarp is on the field at Yankee Stadium. And McDonough says, oh, what a shame.
Yeah.
McDonough is so deadpan, but I love that guy. Oh, what a shame.
A little anticlimactic with walks and hit by pitches. Worst of the weekend, Royal Payne says, was SEC on CBS's coverage. All of a sudden, it looks like a JP game. I don't know what he was talking about. Their pylon cam did not seem to be focused on one play. I forget which one it was. It seemed to be a little out of focus compared to what you get in some of the games.
Yeah, there have been. I can't remember who was talking about it last week. Was it Clay talking about that? It appeared they're dedicating fewer resources. To the games now, knowing the contract's over. I haven't noticed that. I don't know if you
I haven't
have.
noticed it either.
Yeah,
me either. But Royal Payne has, and that's his best and worst of the weekend. Brought to you every week by the great folks at Hemp Hill. All right, when we come back, more college football discussion. We'll get into what we saw on the field, some of the big takeaways, if you will, from Week 5 as we look ahead to Week 6, which is a really good television weekend. Big games everywhere as the conference races start to heat up. Impressive win for Clemson. Alabama looked impressive when Bryce went out once they got the defense righted and the offense started to cook again. So they're up to number 1 in the AP rankings. The show being brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap. Leaves are starting to fall. I was on the golf course yesterday, and the leaves, you have to the point you have to sort of move them out of the way when you're putting now. That means they're getting your gutter, too, unless you have Gutter Cap.
Yeah, Gutter Cap's patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters, keeping out that debris. If you want to eliminate gutter cleaning forever, it's back with a lifetime warranty. Right now, 45% off the retail price. For the next round viewer and listener, call my good friend Chris Stewart, 205-823-2212, or online, guttercapbirmingham.com. Cap it, don't snap it.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, tombeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF will provide information to help the clients and families find programs for unique individuals with traumatic brain injury and spinal cord injuries. Find out how you can help at ahif.org. That's ahif.org.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn. Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Hour number 2 of the show, we'll talk to John Samuel Shenker coming up in the next segment, 10:25 Central Time. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Forrester, Lunsford, Tyler the intern. Taylor is out there, our social media center, sort of coordinating everything with you guys at Next Round Live on Twitter, at Next Round Live on Instagram, and everywhere else.
I'm afraid Auburn football is going to kill Taylor.
Oh, yeah.
They're going to find some wins for poor Taylor out there.
Yeah, she still believes.
I mean, she takes it tough, man.
Yeah, she said, as I was right before the show when I running to the restroom, I said, "Hey, did you have a fun weekend?" I did. Just, I'm not over that loss. I said, "You're not to the Auburn football game? You're not over that loss?" She goes, "No, I just feel so bad for the players. They work so hard." And then I was like, well, the LSU players do too.
Yes.
Somebody loses every game.
Her boyfriend put it very succinctly. Auburn hasn't had a good second half in 2 years.
Yeah, they have not. It's an amazing stat.
Yeah.
I focus more on Texas A&M right now, though. I think we all kind of had a feeling that Auburn was going to struggle this year, and that 6-6 was a possibility. But A&M after this weekend, they're going to be 3-3.
Yeah, let's get into that a little bit more on where we are with Texas A&M and everything else going on in college football. After I tell you that this hour of the show being brought to you in part by the folks at Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg Nelson, Greg from Pell City, great guy. He and his wife own the company. It's been locally owned for over 20 years. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. They offer the best warranties in the business, and insurance companies trust and love Greg Nelson, and that's going to help you when you're dealing with your insurance provider. Greg wants to give you a free no-cost inspection. Here's the phone number to get a free no-cost inspection, 205-542-3531, 542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. You can contact him there as well. If you haven't had that roof inspected in a while, do it free at no cost with no obligation with Greg Nelson, 205-542-3531, Greg from Pell City on Facebook, and Storm Restoration Roofing. I mean, another loss for Jimbo Fisher, and I wasn't watching this, but I read somewhere where, and correct me if I'm wrong, for those that were watching the A&M Mississippi State game when Jimbo was going into the locker room at halftime, apparently Alyssa Lang was interviewing him, and he said, well, we're moving the ball. We just got to da-da-da-da-da. They had 112 yards of offense in the first half. That is not moving the ball. Their offense is broken, and it's not just the quarterback. It's the schemes that he's doing. Everyone that understands football more than me, I can't draw up a play. Yeah, I'd have to sit here and count to make sure there are 11 X's and O's on each side of the ball. That's about the extent of me drawing up a play. I'm not a football, savant here. But everyone who is keeps talking about the simplicity of the Jimbo Fisher offense. And Billy Lucci, do we have that text? Billy Lucci, who covers Texas A&M. And I'm not saying he's a homer.
Oh, he is though.
But I mean, Texas. He works for Texas Ags. He covers the Aggies for a living. Pretty honest tweet that he sent out about complete and total ineptitude on that drive when your defense gives you a chance to get right back into it. Special teams ineptitude as well. 2 weeks in a row on that front. Unacceptable on every level. That, my friend, is from inside your camp. I think the most popular voice for Aggie Nation is Billy Lucci. And if he starts turning on Jimbo Fisher, I don't know where you go from there.
Well, 3 red zone turnovers for Texas A&M, 4 total turnovers, and on the road in the SEC, you're just not going to win football games that way. And against a quality Mississippi State team, but you lose by 18 points, and now you're staring 3-3 directly in the face. And here's why I would be upset. A couple of things I was thinking about over the weekend. Texas A&M, we're in the first week of October. They're not even ranked. They're not in the top 25.
It may not be again.
Mississippi State is, Syracuse is, Kansas State is, and Kansas is.
Yeah.
And then I look at, what Sam Hartman is doing and what just Wake Forest has been able to do with quarterbacks overall. You go back to John Wolford. You go back to Jamie Newman, who, by the way, has done the best disappearing act in the history of football. And now with Sam Hartman, they've always got quality quarterbacks. How can Wake have a quality quarterback, but we're Texas A&M and we can't?
Yeah.
It makes no sense.
And if, as an A&M fan, you were hopeful that some time on the bench for Haynes King did him a little good, it did not. He came in and threw 2 interceptions in limited time. It was like he couldn't get in there to throw a pick quick enough. They are
got to get me an interception. Got to get me an interception.
Coach, I haven't thrown a pick since App State. They are so bad at the quarterback position right now. And then you lose Aniyah Smith, who was one of your playmakers. A-Chain still had a 100-yard rush game and a loss. This is a bad football team. They really are. And Lance, here's your concern if you're an A&M fan. Your defense has bailed you out of situation after situation after situation, and now they've broken. The dam broke on the defense against Mississippi State. Guys, Mississippi State had 144 rush yards on them. They barely even tried to run the football and had 144 rush yards.
They have not scored more than 24 points, which they did on Saturday, against an FBS team this year.
Yeah.
And that's hard to do in today's college football when we're talking about a pretty good sample size of a month of football.
And you're an offensive coach.
Moving forward, I think we all agree they lose this week, right?
Yeah, they lose to Bama.
I know, but I joked with Brown before this. Jimbo's got Alabama right where he wants them. This is exactly where he was last year, coming off a loss to Mississippi State.
Yeah, but I think Alabama, with that uneven performance, one of the weirdest games when we're just talking about, basketball's a game of runs. Football, typically you don't see that. 28-0, then 23-0, and then closing it out. But, coming up, so they're 3-3. Then they go to Columbia to play South Carolina. I don't know.
It's a toss-up at best. What do you think the line is on that guy? Let's assume they lose to Bama right around the number.
A&M 4.5.
A&M's favored 4.5. All right, so you're at South Carolina, tough road game, but give them a win there. They're 4-3.
Then you got Ole Miss at home.
Ole Miss is the better team.
Yeah, then you got Florida at home.
Florida is at least as good. But both those are at home.
At Auburn?
Yeah, Auburn could have well packed it in by then. Who knows?
UMass win, and then you finish up with LSU.
They got some winnable games down the stretch.
No, they do. But I still think 8-4 is like a best case scenario.
I kind of agree with Lance. I think they're an 8-4 team.
I don't know how I know this, but I saw some ad. It's either a plane or a bus, but the big Booster Club road trip for Texas A&M this year is at Jordan-Hare Stadium. Is there a chance that plane is empty when they're flying? Flying for the big road trip?
There is a chance that Auburn's on an interim coach at that point, and the Texas A&M coach is squarely on the hot seat.
Well, Rockstar,
I know it's a lot of money.
Give me cut number 8. Here's Jimbo Fisher afterwards. Now, he's asked by a reporter where he thinks the program is in year 5. Just, first of all, No words needed. If you just want to,
look at the look.
Where's the program needed in year 5? There's Jimbo Fisher listening to the question, and apparently a water bottle that is not a sponsor.
Let's take the logo off that one.
We ripped the logos off. But here is Jimbo Fisher's response to the question.
I know one loss isn't a means to overreact, but when you look at where you are in year 5, do you feel like the program is still taking steps?
Yeah, listen, we got good players, and we'll keep going. We'll keep sawing wood and do the things we got to do and get there. We're not where we want to be, no doubt. Got to get better.
Oh, they're in the sawing wood phase. I was unaware of that. Okay.
Yeah. They got to keep busting rocks, sawing wood, chopping wood.
It's also just a bad brand of offense to watch.
It's yucky, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, and so, if you've got to endure watching that offense and going 8-4 every year, I just don't know how A&M fans do it.
Who lost their fastball quicker? Jimbo Fisher as this great quarterbacks coach or Paul Chryst as this great run game coach?
Both pretty fast, Brown.
I mean, it's kind of crazy to think about A&M, the way we used to view Jimbo Fisher as a, look, hey, he's the quarterbacks, man. They're going to play well. He's tough, but he's a good quarterback coach. And now they can't even complete passes. And then Paul Chryst, who used to, they would roll out of the bed and run for 290 yards. And they ran for 2 against Illinois, and then he got fired. It's crazy how it changed for both of them.
Cut 11, Rockstar. We need to just remember what week it is.
Week 6.
It is week 6, and it's the Hick versus Nick week. Going back to, remember the day after the 50-day out World Games interview I did with Nick Saban?
Yeah.
You just heard from from Jimbo Fisher, who is sawing wood. We're going to keep sawing wood.
Mm-hmm.
Woodpile was full back in the summer.
Some people think they're God. Go dig into how God did his deal. You may find out about a guy that a lot of things you don't want to know. We built him up to be the czar of football. Go dig into his past, or anybody that's ever coached with him. You can find out anything you want to find out, what he does and how he does it. And it's despicable. It really is. And it's a shame we have to sit up here and have this conversation about things we do. And it's personal to us? Yes, it is. It's personal to A&M. It's personal to our players. It's personal to our coaches and everybody involved. And I know the guy. Know him really well. It's the second time we've had to do this with grown men who don't get their way and want to pout, throw a fit, and act up. Just go ask all the people who work for him. You'll know exactly what he's about. I always said this. My dad always told me this. When people show you who they are, believe them. He's showing you who he is.
Jimbo Fisher coming to town this week.
All right, get into the DeLorean, get to 88 miles an hour, and go back to that day. And we wrap up that news conference, and I say, guys, that week game day is going to be in Lawrence, Kansas.
Yes.
You'd have thought I was an idiot.
Yeah. I still can't believe the comments. I mean, they still.
Oh, it's crazy. I remember the day he was doing it live on our show.
But, I think if Alabama gets the opportunity, I think this is run-it-up time. Now, whether or not they get that, and, who's playing quarterback, if it's Milroe or Bryce Young.
You want Milroe to be prepared. You got to let him throw a little bit there, don't you?
That's right.
You want him to run the offense.
We may have Jalen the rest of the year, man.
That's right. Never know.
Yeah. I know
I'd like to see Ty Simpson get some snaps here.
It doesn't even matter who's back there for Alabama. They're going to have the better quarterback. It's
there's zero doubt about that, yeah. Jalen Milroe would start the rest of the year at A&M, and Ty Simpson might. I haven't seen Ty Simpson. I don't know. But I guarantee you if Ty Simpson were in College Station, he'd have gotten a look by now.
We will jump on the phones after I tell you the great folks at the University of Montevallo looking for the great students of the future. If you've got a son or daughter who's starting to think about college, junior or senior in high school, think about the University of Montevallo. Great location, Southern Living raves about the beautiful campus, new buildings going up, multi-million-dollar theater department, business department, broadcasting school, and a lot more. Montevallo.edu for more details. 21 fully funded scholarship NCAA Division II sports there, too. Just a wonderful place to go to school. Schedule that in-person tour right now, montevallo.edu. John is in Mobile. He's next with us. Hey, John, how are you?
Hey, guys. Still a little ticked about Henry Toa at that third down stupid penalty, but anyway, we got out of there live. Y'all talked about Alyssa Lang's halftime interview. You have got to go see, pull it up wherever you got to pull it up, the end of the game interview she had with Mike Leach.
Yeah, I heard it.
Mike Leach is a conference. Mike Leach is a conference and a national treasure. We cannot let anything happen to him.
Well, I would just be so embarrassed on the other side when he's at the post game, band's playing behind him, and he's talking about Alyssa Lang's wedding and what she needs to do instead of not even worried about Jimbo Fisher, Texas A&M. They're an afterthought.
It's like he had the whole fourth quarter to think about what he was going to say to Alyssa Lang because the game was a blowout.
Yeah,
I literally fell out of the chair laughing. It was just because it comes so far out of left field when he starts. Because when he says, I'd like to talk to your fiance. I think I'm a little late.
Yeah. No. If he had not already said that on a podium in a news conference before, it would have been better television. But she asked the question.
She did. Yeah.
She knew what was going to happen, right?
She had heard it before with him on a podium too. So that's the only thing that took away from it being a golden moment of television for me. Was that I'd already heard him talk about fall weddings and
he went
wanting to elope.
A little too long on it, though.
Yeah, he often does with that kind of stuff. But he on certain matchups, his offense looks good. What really is alarming for Texas A&M, it wasn't just Mississippi State's offense. You had A&M giving up a pick six and a blocked field goal for a touchdown. So Zach Arnett's defense and special teams rattled the cage a little bit for Mississippi State. We've got John Samuel Shenker coming up in just a second, but if I asked you right now, second best team in the West, you said Arkansas still should get consideration. But is it Ole Miss? Is it Mississippi State?
I'm going to say it's Mississippi State. I know it's hard to believe watching that second half against LSU. I don't know what happened to their offense, but I believe Mississippi State will get Arkansas this week. So it's hard for me to say it's Arkansas once they drop to 3-3, and Mississippi State will be 5-1. So I'm going to go Mississippi State right now.
But no consideration to Ole Miss.
Yeah, you're not even thinking about Ole Miss.
A little bit. Again, I thought that Ole Miss would win and cover this past week because of their defense. And their defense did play well.
Yeah.
It's just, Jackson Dart hasn't turned the corner that I thought he would turn. He's good.
But Quinshon Junkins
he's unbelievable.
Is better than advertised.
Yeah, but as much love as we give Mark Stoops, he was the second best coach in that game. He cost his team a chance in that game. I mean, Stoops did not coach a good game. I could not believe he took that holding penalty
that allowed them to...
Or declined the holding penalty, declined the hold that allowed Ole Miss to kick
a long field goal. But it still was in a place where Lane thought he could make it.
Yeah, I mean, but the hold pushes them back, and they're going to have like third, I think it's going to be 3rd and 32 or something like that from out near midfield, and they're out of field goal range. I just didn't understand that. And by the way, that's 3 points. You couple that with your special teams malfunctions.
You win the game.
You win the game. I thought Stoops did a poor job there.
Yeah. So interesting football game, but Ole Miss looking really, really good, and the AP poll reflects that. They're up 5 spots to number 9. The highest ranked team on the big rise this week up to number 9. Wake Forest went back up 7 spots, and then as I said earlier in the show, 7 teams that were not ranked are now ranked in the top 25. Part of our show today is being brought to you by our friend Dr. B. Getting LT's hair right. Before he tells you about Dr. B, we will tell you that Bud Light Game Night is in Tuscaloosa this week. We'll be at Innisfree Thursday night, so make plans to come hang with us 5 to 7. If you listen or watch us over in the Tuscaloosa area, 5 to 7 at Innisfree Thursday night, and then on Friday morning, Innisfree 9 to 1 live show over there in Tuscaloosa. All that happening this weekend with Texas A&M coming to town.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Hey, with age, unfortunately for a lot comes hair loss. When it started to happen to me last year, I asked around. Everyone said Dr. B is the man. Set up that consultation with Dr. Beckenstein. His team, they performed the genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. It is cutting edge. Dr. B, the only one in Alabama that offers it. He can target an individual's treatment based on their genetics and formulate compounds and prescriptions to their profile. This is a game changer. After I got my results, me and Dr. Beckenstein had that virtual meeting, went over my options, chose the non-invasive laser treatment, which will help increase the thickness and health of my hair. Dr. B takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce quality results. Call Dr. Beckenstein today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316, and make sure you tell him the Next Round sent you.
Jason in the chat room says Lane is still a slave to that binder, which will cost him a win later this year.
The metrics.
The metrics, yeah. Lane's a big metrics guy now. He believes in the percentages say we go for it here, we go for it here. I guess, I don't know if Lane's 100% a binder guy. You got some of those guys primarily in the NFL now that are binder guys. If it says go, we're going. I'm not going to.
The guy from the Chargers is really big.
Yeah, Staley. And I'm not going to go with, or I'm not going to pay any attention to the fact that, you know what, we haven't been moving it as the way we normally do.
Yeah.
I know the binder says go for it, but my offense has sucked today.
My left tackle is not handling their DN very well.
So I don't know if Lane is 100% a binder guy. It feels that way, though.
Darrell didn't surprise us in the firing. Chris did a little bit, though I thought to see he would get hot, but I didn't think he'd get fired mid-season.
Yeah, I didn't.
You treat your own that way. I mean, he played there.
Was born there.
He's a Madison guy.
I used to go to this library.
I used to play football here. Raise my kids.
What
here.
are they
taught in this library?
I mean, that's got to be tough, though.
What, firing a guy that played there? Yeah.
No, I mean for Chris and his family.
No
because,
doubt.
You've got so much love for that university and that program, and then to get
$16 million buyout last year. I don't know what it is right now, but it's going to be over $10 million. He'll get every penny
Chris,
of that.
Yeah. I think actually, according to Thamel, 16.8 was what was owed if they went by the contract. But then the AD last night was like, no, it's not as much as that.
I don't know if you guys happen to catch that press conference. And the only reason I did is when I turned TVs on, I had the Big Ten Network on one of the TVs, and that press conference lasted forever.
Did it really?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But next coach to be fired, you guys will keep saying Brian Harsin. I mean, is it going to be David Shaw eventually?
I don't know if everybody cares out there.
Yeah.
They really don't. That program has,
but he's making a lot of money.
It's fallen so far.
I was watching the Oregon game, and when it was obvious they were going to lose, they mentioned that as they were discussing that he seemed to be untouchable as the head coach. But since they were 3-2 last year, after they beat Oregon, they were 3-2 last year. Since then, their only win has been against Colgate.
So since they beat Oregon last year, they've only beaten Colgate.
Yeah, 2-10. 2-10.
Wow. I mean,
there's another win then, too.
Yeah. Well,
was the 2 Oregon?
I would say Oregon and then Colgate.
Oregon.
Yeah.
So in their last 12, they've beaten Oregon and Colgate.
Yeah, 2-10 is what I have here.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. I don't know. That program has fallen so bad. I mean, there are a lot of them out there. Obviously, Neil Brown at West Virginia is still one to watch. I mean, again, I don't know if Boise can fire a coach midseason, but that program is on a decline as well.
Is there a possibility that Harsin stays the entire year? It's like maybe boosters are like, let's punish him.
Well, no, but you're already paying the guy. We talk about this, and it's a bigger discussion. We got to get to John Samuel Shenker, but if you're paying the guy anyway, let him keep doing his job while you look for another coach.
Yeah.
I mean, the knife's in his back already. If you're going to fire him, then why fire him and let him take your money and go? Let him work for it while you search another coach.
I mean, the same with Jeff Collins. And 6 days after getting fired, they beat Pittsburgh.
Yeah, we see that a lot lately. And by the way, if you're bored with Stanford, Oregon State Stanford, 10 o'clock ESPN this week. It's unfortunately on. It seems like it's the only game on late at night if you want to watch some midnight football. You're getting a lot of bad, boring Stanford.
Yep.
We talked to John Samuel Shenker coming up next right here on The Next Round.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490, stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Holly Mack Wilson just sold the Johnsons a new home. Not a house, a home. She helped them put a swing in the backyard, helped move the grill to the back patio, and watched as the Johnsons put their great-grandmother's piano in the foyer. A house is a dwelling. A home is a place filled with love and memories. Call Holly Mack Wilson, your Tuscaloosa Keller Williams Realtor, 205-901-9446, or check out our website, hollymackhomes.com, and let Holly Mack Wilson help you find your dream home where you can make your own memories.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin.
Hi, welcome to Culver's.
Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen-to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show and get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com. The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the Next Round, about to talk a little Auburn football, but if you're one of those stat geeks at the top of the college football rankings of yards per play, it's been Ohio State since day one.
Right.
Until this weekend. The new team who has passed Ohio State yards per play at the top.
TCU?
TCU.
Yeah, my gosh, they went up and down the field Saturday.
Well, and they're on the road, undefeated Kansas, and they're laying almost a touchdown.
Yeah, it's a good team. Sunday Night's got a good team. Yeah, I kind of do in that spot too.
Yeah, interesting game day location this week.
All right, John Samuel Shenker, the Auburn tight end, with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. It is the Next Round presented by Bud Light, who reminds you, before you ever take that first drink, have a plan. Decide to ride with Bud Light and Anheuser-Busch. John Samuel Shenker, welcome in. How are you today?
I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
Doing great. Historically, that Auburn-LSU game has been one of the most physical games on your schedule. Is that one that maybe Sunday morning you're a little more sore than a normal game?
Yeah, I think, LSU, Georgia, Bama, those are all very physical games each year. That's what you expect when you go in. But, yeah, I would say I was up to par with what you expect when you play in the Auburn-LSU game, just physically wise. I was pretty sore yesterday after the game.
Tough loss, obviously up 17-0, and we brought this up earlier, and you've probably heard it. You guys have 6 second-half points over your last 3 games. What's going on with the offense in the second half?
It's just learning how to play a complete football game and just being consistent for 4 quarters. Early on in games we're really good, and then it just tapers off Don't think there's one thing to contribute that to, but it's just learning how to play a complete football game that's clean, executing the plays, because we do that well in the first half. So that's something we got to work on this week is just learn how to complete drives in the second half and just continue executing like we do in the first half.
I know it doesn't surprise you because you see him in practice, but for a lot of fans going into the locker room, 247 passing yards for Robbie Ashford there on his birthday. Is there some positive you take from his growth every game as a passer? It seemed like he did take a big step forward as a throwing quarterback this week.
Yeah, he definitely did, and that was the plan. We knew we needed to throw the ball this week because last week they really loaded the box on us. So we knew that would be a huge key to our success on Saturday. And yeah, testament to Robbie, he did a great job being able to do that, not making us one-dimensional now, and so that creates a lot of growth in the offense. So we're excited about what that could possibly open up in the future.
Auburn's John Samuel Shenker is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. It is the next round, presented by Bud Light, who reminds you decide to ride. Always have that plan before you take your first drink. Decide to ride. Anheuser-Busch and Bud Light remind you. You're a team captain, so I'm curious, when you see a team that maybe has a struggle like those second half, performances, how do you know when to step in and what to do? What do you do as a team captain there just to not create panic, but provide some leadership as well?
Yeah, well, sometimes things get blown out of proportion. And, if you look at everything on social media all the time, guys can get consumed with that and think that, everyone has all the right answers. But what really matters is what's in that locker room, what we choose to do each and every day in practice. And guys need to understand. And I think guys do understand that. But like going into this week, just flushing what we had, just learning from mistakes and not allowing that to be us twice. Is a huge key. Just going out each day and making sure that we're not repeating things and we're getting better and growing each day.
Georgia's won 5 straight in this series. When you look at Georgia on film, I know the last couple of games they struggled against Kent State and this past weekend against Missouri, but how good is that defense?
Yeah, they're talented, they're athletic. Exactly what you expect with Georgia. Last year they had an unbelievable defense. I think they have a really good one this year as well. So it's going to be a very big test, especially going there. But that's why you come here to play in this game, in this rivalry. So everyone's excited. We'll start practice tomorrow and get ready for them.
I saw some local interviews with you and other players after the games where you're asked about Brian Harson's future, and it's almost a weekly thing now. Have you been able to notice any difference in Coach Harson's demeanor around practice, around the building, or the coaching staff? Is that starting to wear on the coaches a little bit, that question that seems to be hanging out there?
No, I don't think they let it get to him. I think he's actually done a really good job just focusing on the team and what we can do to win football games, which is truly what matters for this program, this university. So we've done a great job. I think he's done a great job just keeping us motivated through some tough times. But, we're still early in the season, still a lot of games in front of us. So, but I think he's done a great job as the leader of this team.
Does the John Samuel Shenker is with us, the Auburn tight end, on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. It is the next round presented by Bud Light. Anheuser-Busch and Bud Light remind you, decide to ride. Before you ever take that first drink, have a plan in mind. Decide to ride. Anheuser-Busch and Bud Light. You're a Georgia guy. Does this game, and this, historically this has been the case, there are a lot of people where, hey, that Auburn-Georgia game for me as a player means more than the Iron Bowl. Is that the case for you?
Yeah, I honestly believe so. Just being from Georgia.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously the Iron Bowl is a massive game, but just being from here, a lot of my buddies, go to Georgia. So a lot of bragging rights every year when we play them. And just, yeah, that rivalry is a big one for a lot of guys on the team. Just being so close to Georgia and just, how growing up and seeing that. So, yeah, it's a big one for me.
It's got to be exciting such a weird schedule for you guys, opening with 5 straight games at Jordan-Hare. Now you're on the road. That's got to be exciting. Finally get out, right?
Yeah, it is exciting. We're ready. I think we're excited to go away and have that challenge in a different environment. So we'll be away for a few games, and then we'll be back at the end of October, I think, in Jordan-Hare. So yeah, it's exciting to go away. That's always a new challenge. It's just you versus everyone else. So we're excited about that.
I'm interested when you get home from whatever you do after a game, or the next day when you flip on tape for the first time, you start looking at Georgia and Missouri. Were you a little surprised that Georgia had to battle and only trailed for 56 minutes of that game at Columbia, with you guys just recently beating Missouri? Were you surprised at the outcome of that game?
I thought it wouldn't be that close, but I'll be honest, I thought Missouri's defensive line was pretty good. I really did. I thought they were pretty elite for even the SEC. Just really big guys. They were physical. So I thought the offense would have been more successful for Georgia just based on what they've done in the past. But I was really not surprised to see it close for at least a little while throughout that game.
All right, you are an outdoorsman. Have you seen the video of the two dudes in the fishing tournament in Ohio that got busted for having weights in their fish? Have you seen that?
Oh, no, I have not.
Oh, I got to text you this video.
Oh, that's just cheating.
No, it's 100% cheating, but
that's low rent.
Yeah. I mean,
no, that's pretty bad there. I don't know why you'd even attempt that.
Oh, but you got to see this video. So like everybody's got their phones out. So it's like the weigh-in, right? And I mean, this is a big time tournament. They got the shirts on with their names on the back, and they got these fish, and they're just reaching in, dropping these weights that they had put in these fish. And John Saban, I mean, the dudes around them are going crazy. People are like, call the police. They need to go to jail. I mean, they are going nuts in this.
That's pretty bad. They probably got disqualified, huh?
Yeah.
Banned for life, right?
Lucky they get their tail whipped on the way to the car. I mean, I'll send you the video, man. It's a wild video, but I didn't know.
Were they at least good-sized fish, or were they really small fish?
No, I mean,
like, how in the heck is that 8 pounds?
Yeah, I mean, they were normal-sized fish, yeah, but that's a bold move putting weights in them. But, I mean, they're just dropping one after another. I thought you may have seen it as an outdoorsman.
No, that is wild. I've not heard that story yet.
Yeah. All right, well, good luck against Georgia. Always fun talking with you. We appreciate the time. Have a great week. We'll see you next Monday.
Yes, sir. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you. That is John Samuel Shenker, the Auburn tight end, with us each week on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline, presented by Bud Light. Listen, Anheuser-Busch and Bud Light remind you, decide to ride. Before you ever take that first drink, make sure your plan is in place. Decide to ride from Anheuser-Busch and Bud Light.
You know, I mentioned that Georgia had won 5 consecutive against, going back to the 2017 SEC championship game. Auburn won in the regular season, but the last 5, Georgia they've reeled off 5 straight wins. You know what Auburn's offense is averaging on those 5 games, or over those 5 games?
Not a lot, man. I would get
points or yards.
Points per game.
13.
I'll go 10.7.
Yeah, a little less than 10. About 9.7.
It's going to be hard to win that way.
Yep, hard to hold Georgia to 10.
Yeah, I mean, you got to play your tail off defensively in that situation.
Yeah. Pound the under if you think Auburn wins the game, right?
Well, what would you think is a reasonable point expectation for Auburn in Athens?
Oh,
just reasonable point
10.
expectation. I'm not asking what it would take to win. I'm just saying a reasonable point.
10.
Yeah, I would say this. I know one game doesn't connect to another, but the worst case scenario to me for Auburn was for a talented team like Georgia to play the way they did at Columbia.
No, I would agree.
That refocuses a talented group of players and a coaching staff who I think still one of the best teams in the country, to be at home against a rival and them coming off a game where they are sort of being questioned now and they've lost their number 1 ranking. It is just set up for Georgia to play their best game of the year.
No, I agree with you. I think this gets Georgia back focused. You know, it was one thing, okay, you're a little lumbering through Kent State. You play really bad, but then you do it again in Missouri, and you're lucky to survive that game. I think Kirby's got their attention this week. I think they come out. I think they play airtight. There's a reason that number's 28.5.
You normally would like to have Vandy or Kent State for a get-right game, but that's not what the schedule gives you. So They do need a get-right game. Can they get it together for Auburn? I don't know. But if you're Auburn and you're on the other side of Georgia's get-right game, that's going to be an ugly day.
Yeah. My favorite part of that last interview, right after I tell you about Crocker Moving Services, really wonderful company here, American company, veteran-owned company, CrockerMovingServices.com. They'll handle your residential and commercial moving. They'll even pack up your office or your home for that move, whether it's down the street or anywhere in the continental United States. Eric Crocker and his team will take care of you. CrockerMovingServices.com, the website. Eric Crocker is a Marine, a Birmingham native, a veteran of the Iraq War. He has some strong values in his company, which makes it the best moving service in the world. That includes using made-in-the-USA equipment and made-in-the-USA supplies whenever possible. Veteran-owned and oftentimes veteran-operated. It is Crocker Moving Services. Check them out online, crockermovingservices.com. I understand not a lot of people move in October. Maybe you're moving in the holidays coming up or next spring or summer. When it is time to move again, remember the name crockermovingservices.com, crockermovingservices.com. Let's see. Losing streak, middle of the season, class schedule, probably girlfriend or fiance, or is he married?
Wife. If you're talking about John Samuel Shenker, wife.
Yeah. Wife. He got a wife, newly married. I mean, he's got all those balls in the air. And Brown expected him to have seen some rando fishing tournament video that wasn't. I mean, did it make SportsCenter, Brown?
I don't know. I don't watch SportsCenter.
How did you come across it?
I saw it on the Twitter, man, and it's crazy. And people look how many people in the chat room have seen it.
Well,
Brooks,
a lot of them have Googled it now.
No, they haven't. They said it as soon as I brought it up.
Look how many people won.
What? What do you mean? No. Brooks is talking about it, and then Jeff, before that, was talking about it, and there was another guy. It's clicked up now.
Yeah, so 3.
Okay.
I'm kidding. I'm just giving you a hard time, Brad. Don't get your.
You're not about to say that, are you?
Don't get your feelings hurt.
Just trying to move along.
Just trying to make it happen.
Yeah, Rusty says it's been all over the internet. Everybody, Mark says it's everywhere, Jim.
I missed it. I'm on the internet all the time.
Jimmy,
and I spent 40 minutes on TikTok last night and didn't see it. My algorithms are different. I just have a lot of girls that just spin around and try to show me that they're backside bounces.
Feet.
Yeah. How does that end up in my timeline?
I don't know, Jim. But
you like six?
I wonder.
You like 600 or 700 of those videos? That's what you
they learn you pretty quick, don't they? No, but Scott's got the video up now.
Yeah, of course he does. Scott's the best in the business.
Of course he is. And they're call the cops and stuff like that. These are big weights they're dropping out of these fish too. Now I don't know crap about fishing, but that fish looks like it's going to be about an 8 or 9 pounder that he's holding up.
Don't they have to be alive to weigh in? So they're making these fish swallow the weights?
I don't know, but doesn't that look like about an 8-pound fish to you? So they're cutting them open.
That fish is dead now.
Oh, it's dead now. If it wasn't before, it is.
Yeah.
And they got like they start pulling all these weights out and just throwing them in that container. And I'm telling you, man, the people around them, because apparently first prize is like $29,000. The people around them are going nuts. They're yelling, "I'm like, you son of a, you MFer. Somebody call the police. These guys need to go to jail."
Yeah.
It's wild, dude. I just texted it to him, so he'll see it now.
Nice shoes on that guy.
What do you think that guy's hand smells like?
Bum's pocket.
Fish.
It smells a lot like fish. Look at all the people. This is that one guy. This is the guy that brought him in, and all these people are standing around him threatening to whip him. It's wild.
How did that get in there? Those guys.
Yeah. Damn, I didn't know they ate metal.
God.
Look at that. We caught every one of them, too.
Yeah. We caught the ones that swallowed. Is that stuff right there on the bottom? All right. That is our conversation with John Samuel Shenker as we roll on. A lot more football coming up. Joel Klatt at the top of the hour. Some of our bigger takeaways from the weekend in both the NFL and college coming up in the next segment. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at JohnsonRVCenter.com. They bring you the hotline every day. You can always call the show, 205-734-0923, 734-0923, Brownie.
JohnsonRVCenter.com, Dunaway, is moving out the 2022s to make room for the 23s. What does that mean for you? What about the Clipper 9.0 TD Express, $139 a month, 10% down and approved credit? The 17 FQS Clippers, $179 a month, 10% down and approved credit. The deals go on and on there at Johnston RV Center, so you need to go see them for yourself. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 indicator. Always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com. They bring you the hotline. They bring you great deals right now as they move those 2022s out to make room for the 23s, and you get to save. JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Football is back, and you can check out the new arrivals in the Next Round store. Support the brand by grabbing a t-shirt, hoodie, or hat. See the latest gear online at nextround.store. That's nextround.store. We've got gear in your favorite team colors, perfect to wear to the stadium or tailgate. All the gear has been approved by everyone on the show. Quality and comfort that's perfect to share as a gift. Just visit nextround.store. That's nextround.store, the official store of Double Down Media. The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Uh-oh. Back with you.
Dunaway's dream come true here, Rockstar. Get ready.
New content for the store, nextround.store.
New store gear that he gets to
surf shop.
He gets to show the audience for the first time.
Right after Brownie tells you about Greystone Chiropractic.
Jimmy D, Dr. Lee at Greystone Chiropractic can get you straightened out. Listen, I got a tricky neck. It causes back injuries or back issues, things like that. You don't want all that, especially during football season. So you go see my man, Dr. Lee, at Greystone Chiropractic. GreystoneChiropractor.com to make an appointment, or 981-8090. Also check out Element Wellness, where you get things like red light therapy. It uses low-level wavelengths of red light to treat skin issues, wrinkles, scars, persistent wounds. It can help circulation, cell production, anti-aging, and more. All of that at Greystone Chiropractic and Element Wellness. GreystoneChiropractor.com or 981-8090, 981-8090, GreystoneChiropractor.com. Let's head over to Jim Dunaway.
Yeah.
In the store.
It's like the shopping network. Only a handful of these left.
Did I call out?
Yeah. This one is now available, nextround.store. LT, what does it say?
Good coaches win, great coaches cover.
Oh, I love that one. It's a really good-looking shirt, very soft.
That's the kind. He just tosses it over.
And then,
It's very brittle.
and now
very itchy.
It's a little crusty.
We're in alternate helmets this weekend for the big game. You ready?
Yeah, I like this one.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. The old Next Round helmet shirt. I'll need one of those.
Almost the Ole Miss helmet from last week.
Very close.
Thank you
right.
to the folks at Realtree.
Yeah, we would have done that in a heartbeat. Don't tell
look at
me
that.
Whoa. Let me see it.
You can take that one.
No, these are my favorite brand of the shirt we do. These are the ones that everybody says, because that OG, the original Next Round shirt, the gray one. I had a buddy of mine that says, my wife stole it from me and will not give it back. I got to go order another one because it's so soft and she loves it. I was like, did she listen to the show? Never. But she loves the shirt. Yeah. So she got to listen to the show.
Maggie's in that shirt a lot too. Yeah. So that's 2 new shirts right there. Nextround.store. Nextround.store as we get ready for week 6 of the college football season. Really good slate coming up. We put the rest of the weekend to bed a little bit. We've talked a lot about Alabama. We talked a lot about Auburn. Clemson with a big win. I saw somewhere a headline, is it time to apologize to DJ Uiagalelei for questioning him? Everyone, including the people on this panel, thought it would be Clay Klubnik by now. It is not. It's DJ Uiagalelei, and they've had 2 big wins back-to-back weeks.
Yeah, look, he's played well, almost 300 total yards again, 73 on the ground, a couple of touchdowns there. He's not turning the football over. And Clemson's defense bounced back a little bit. Devin Leary was okay. They just couldn't run the football. I mean, that was the problem. There was just no balance for Dave Durant.
It's interesting. You also led them in rushing. So, I mean, he was a true dual threat for them with the 209 pass yards, but 73 rush yards. And that's where he's got 2 of his 3 total touchdowns is on the ground against that NC State defense.
I'll tell you, if NC State doesn't turn it over, they win the game, though.
Probably so. I don't disagree with you on that one. But when you look at their road ahead, man, some interesting games coming up. I don't know what Florida State is, but that is a road game. It's an improved Florida State team, but they still lost to Wake over the weekend. And then there's Syracuse, who might be the biggest surprise, one of the biggest surprises in college football.
Outside of Kansas, they are.
Yeah.
They're
I mean, I'm with you, Dunaway.
Paper tiger.
I'm with you. I mean, it seems like pretty smooth sailing from this point on for Clemson. It seems like they've played the most difficult part of their schedule.
Really, really interesting scenario happened in the Troy game this week. If you had not followed Jarek Dagies, am I saying that right?
Yeah, Jarek
Dagey, who has transferred, I think, to 4 different schools in his college career, or maybe 5.
It was West Virginia to Western Kentucky.
There was
and
somewhere
then to
before,
Troy. Was there in between?
There was somewhere else.
All right.
But Dagey was at Western Kentucky in the camp, halfway through this camp, realized he wasn't the starting quarterback and left halfway in fall camp this year, back in August, and went to Troy. This weekend, he comes off the bench as the QB2 at Troy to lead Troy back to beat who? Western Kentucky, 34-27. He was in their camp battling for the starting job, lost the job, goes to Troy, comes into the game, and beats Western Kentucky as the Troy quarterback. That is the transfer portal in a nutshell.
It really is, but you got to give John Summerall credit. I mean, who knows that Western Kentucky defense better than the guy that was having to face him in camp, right?
Well, and he was flawless. 7 of 8, 2 touchdowns, no picks.
Yeah, good quarterback. I mean, you wonder if it's his job moving forward now. But, I mean, the guy, he'd faced Western Kentucky in spring and fall. Why not let him play him in the season?
Yeah, absolutely. All right. As we continue our college football conversation, back to the SEC we go. Alabama getting ready to play Texas A&M. And we'll find out at 12 noon just where we are in Bryce Young and his day-to-day status. Don't know if we'll hear anything different. Nick Saban, though, sort of surprised me, I don't know about you, when he said Bryce has dealt with this. Did he say several times before the AC joint sprain?
Yeah, it's happened to him. I think he said a few times before, several times before. Anyway, it seems to be a chronic issue for him. It also doesn't seem to be a terribly severe one.
I'll tell you, though, watching on Saturday, when you see him favoring and then you see him throw a helmet down, you're
when
like,
he threw his helmet down,
I thought it might be season.
No, when he threw his helmet down, I was like, uh-oh. I mean, that's really, really bad.
Yeah, but I think part of that was that he was frustrated because he wanted to go straight to the locker room.
Mm-hmm.
He was motioning them that we're going to the locker room. Like he didn't want to.
He didn't want to go. He didn't want the show of going in the injury tent.
That's right.
And all that,
He didn't want. He wanted to go to the locker room where, who knows what it could be. Why it could be going to the bathroom. What it could be going to the locker room for.
Well, Gary Danielson had already diagnosed it. So I mean that you already had a diagnosis on it.
Not faster than Dr. A.J. McCarron.
Yes, Dr. McCarron had a diagnosis quickly too.
Yeah.
I think Gary had him out the rest of his life though.
Yeah.
But I mean Danielson's point was if you do it, you don't know it until you throw your first pass. And they went run, throw on third down. And I thought he had screwed his arm up throwing. I'm like, I don't know that I've ever seen that.
Yeah, I thought it was like something to do.
Yeah, just
like he was going to
throw.
need Tommy John surgery.
Yeah, I mean,
or
I've seen it in baseball.
Yeah,
But
Dave Dravecki lost an arm.
Yeah, he did. But when have you seen that in football? That a guy just throwing the football? Well, then they go back and show the replay, and you see why.
But the replay when he was going out of bounds,
Right,
you see
right.
what happens. But the one where he threw it, it was like a weird
Did you notice that
chicken
too?
shake on the back of his, like you would see like an old woman's arm.
Right. It was super slow mo, but
Yeah.
you could see it. But again, this is why, unfortunately, Tua Tagovailoa has suffered a lot of injuries. These guys that have some mobility a lot of times don't give up on the play in enough time, and that was a great example of that. Bryce Young could have thrown that ball away, but I mean, it's hard to discredit the fact. I mean, it's hard to take a shot at him for the fact that he's just trying to make a play for his team. I get that. But sometimes you hold that ball too long, you'll get injured. And it's killed Tua.
Joel Klatt coming up in our next segment as we continue on. Hope you enjoyed Drinks with Dunaway this week on all our video platforms, brought to you by our friends at Redmond Vodka this week. We drank the 12th Man, a really tasty cocktail. It comes out blue, so I think it has a Seattle Seahawk background to it. The 12th Man with Redmond Vodka, they bring you part of the show.
Yeah, locally owned and operated. Redmond Vodka, their aim is clarity in taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmond Vodka is made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled. Available at your local package stores, ABC stores, also in 20 states. As for it by name, it is Redmond Vodka.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Hi, this is Alex Durant from the Better Business Bureau. Does your business believe in ethics? Is your business trustworthy? Do you hold your business to the highest standards? Does customer service reign supreme? After you've answered yes to all these questions, answer this. Are you BBB accredited? If not, why aren't you? BBB is a community of ethical, like-minded businesses and brands that believe ethics and values like trustworthiness play a vital role in the marketplace and in the success of their business. BBB accredited businesses voluntarily hold themselves to a higher standard, in turn making their communities a better place to live and work. The BBB torch was lit over 100 years ago by business owners like yourself to protect the public from the impact of fraud in the marketplace. Today, the torch is carried by businesses large and small who all believe that better businesses make better communities. Apply for BBB accreditation today by calling 205-558-2201. Mention promo code BETTERBIZ for a special offer for Next Round listeners and earn your sign of a better business.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live daily show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor to tell you about my friends at Wayne. Summer is ending, which means fall is here. Fall means football, but don't forget about that yard. My yard is looking fantastic thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Summer ending and lawns soon be heading into dormancy. Yards of the month are made in the fall during proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free, lush lawn next summer. Call 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com. First month free on the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Start your day on our website, nextroundlive.com. The morning rounds give you the top links to the stories you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live, or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Fun first half of the show, talking college football. Good to have Auburn tight end John Samuel Shenker on the show as well. We'll continue that football conversation with the man Joel Klatt as we talk about a pretty crazy Week 5, but looking ahead to another jam-packed Week 6 schedule that should answer some more questions in college football. We'll get Klatt's reaction to Georgia, how good Ohio State's looking right now, Alabama without Bryce Young coming back or holding on to win at Arkansas. All that coming up. Remember, this hour brought to you by our friends at Champy's world-famous fried chicken, Highway 119, right there in Alabaster, Alabama, champyschicken.com, Mississippi Delta tamales, Southern fried chicken plates, all the great sides, the shrimp po' boys, and a lot more. Check them out and get it for lunch now open, dinner tonight, champyschicken.com.
And I know Joel Klatt on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline will agree with us. The Bama win feels like a win and a half since it's on the road in the SEC, Klatt. That's like a half of an extra win. Oh, you're muted when you're killing Dunaway. You're muted for some reason.
Stop it. Am I really?
Yeah, you're good now. You're good now. Yeah.
There we go. See, that was on your side.
Yeah.
What's
Sorry,
going on?
Sorry.
How we doing, boys?
We're doing well. Can I just say, in my tweet, did I say that it's hard?
Dunaway,
Is it hard
you made me throw up on Saturday. You are like, what? You might as well take a check from the SEC. You're like the propagandist for Greg Sankey, and you guys all just buy into it, and then there it is on Saturday night. Kirby Smart. It's just hard to win this conference. Hey, at Missouri, Kirby, shut up. Like, that is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. Oh, yeah, it's harder to win at Missouri than it is, Iowa. It's like what drives me insane about this, right, is that this sport is subjective, like it or not, right? Like, this sport has a lot of subjectivity to it, which makes it inherently political. And in politics, narrative drives everything. And this narrative, perpetuated by you, Dunaway, Is that like all of a sudden it's harder in that conference to win on the road that like a win at Missouri is, and what they do is they understand that everything is sell, and so listen, Kirby does what he should do, quite honestly, in a subjective sport, in a narrative driven sport. Guess what you do when you don't have a lead until 4 minutes to go in the game at Missouri? You start saying like how hard it was that day, even though that same Missouri team got beat by 28 by Kansas State.
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? And then everyone is like, fuck, you're right, man. Kirby, you're right. It's hard to win it's hard to win in conference everywhere on the road. It's hard to win at Iowa on the road. Michigan was up 27-7, and it looks easy because their offense is. It was hard to win at Oregon State for USC. Ask App State how tough it is to win at the SEC. Ask them.
Oops.
Yeah. 6:19 p.m. Central Time. My tweet went out, and it didn't say it's not easy to win in the Big Ten.
Yeah.
There's my tweet.
But there was the implication.
Winning SEC road games are so hard. Winning SEC road games are so hard. I just watched
There's
Kentucky and Ole Miss.
Everyone knows
LSU,
exactly
Auburn.
what you're talking about.
Okay, with that said, Alabama was able to win on the road, Klatt. Really interesting game. Up 28-0, then 23-0 run by Arkansas. They hold on. They win the game going away 49-26. Two parts to this. You get Bryce Young going down. It looks like an AC sprain. We'll know more in about an hour when Nick Saban goes live.
I doubt it.
Well, we might not. But you've probably had that injury. You've been hit so much.
I have. Do you guys want to see it? Mine's totally blown out. I still have a lump in my shoulder.
Well, tell us. Oh my gosh!
I was not expecting
like a
that.
shark bite. So do you expect? Is there a chance Bryce plays this week? And if not, what did you see from Milroe that Alabama can still have success, moving forward offensively?
Well, I thought that they were better running the football because of his threat with his legs. Not that Bryce can't run; he just doesn't. He's scrambling to pass. You guys know that he's good with his legs. I'm not saying that he's not, but I thought that the run game opened up because of the style that was being played. Now, I think he will play. I also had the other side. So the one I just showed you, that was complete, just like totally blown out. And I played, I think it was 2.5 weeks later. I did not do the surgery. Some people reconstruct it so they don't have that gross lump the rest of their life. That's just the end of my collarbone. It just sticks up like that. So, and then you're out for the year. But if you just put it in a sling and take things that are, maybe frowned upon, then you can play in a couple of weeks. I did the other side. This was grade 4. Grade 1 in my left side played right through it. So I think that Bryce, there's no way that it's a 4. And even if it is, and he decides not to get surgery, it would only be a couple of weeks. So judging by the way Nick talked about it, even after the game, saying that he had struggled with it before and it doesn't look, I expect him to be okay, but it still remains to be seen. I don't think that we'll learn a lot from Nick right now, but it is that injury, by the way, which is the reason why when I released my top 5 this Saturday, guys, the normal people are like, oh, of course you hate the SEC. No. Alabama was going to be the number 1 team in the country for me, hands down. I think that they're better top to bottom than Ohio State. But in this week, in this snapshot, if they played tomorrow with the health of Bryce Young in question, like I leaned Ohio State. So I put Ohio State number 1. They seem to be, at least at the quarterback position, much more healthy. And so that's why I leaned Ohio State 1 and Alabama 2. Georgia was not in the equation, in the discussion in my own head, which can be long and rambling at times. But that discussion in my own head, Georgia was not in that equation this week in this snapshot early in October, because you can't do what they did in the last 2 weeks. 10-point game early in the fourth quarter against Kent State. Only lead is 4 minutes to go in the fourth quarter against Missouri, and just retain your top spot, right? You got to be punished a little bit for playing poorly of late. So that's where it all kind of ironed out for me.
Joel Klatt, Fox Sports, with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. It was this week last year where Texas A&M had their one good quarterback game of the entire season.
Yeah.
They haven't had it yet this year, and, Zach Calzada's gone. I just can't see it coming against Alabama. They are so bad on offense, Klatt.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason they should have lost against Miami. They were outplayed in that game.
Yep.
And they should have lost against Arkansas. I mean, I still am dumbfounded. Like KJ Jefferson thought he was going to Space Jam from the 5. You know, it's like double foot. It's like,
it's the size of a linebacker. I know.
He's just like, you know, he's just going to jump in from the 5-yard line. So A&M's not a very good football team right now. I think that we can all agree with that. And they're talented, but they're just not a very good football team. And offensively, it just is not working. And if you start to look back, I think that you can throw some questions out about Jimbo's ability to develop and sustain, more importantly, quality quarterback play. You know, I think that when you look through his history, you know, he's had some guys that are really talented and have played really well, but very few, if any of them, have sustained over a long period of time. Even Jameis Winston, as great as he was in his Heisman year, guys, he was great. He regressed the year after. I think he almost led college football in interceptions that next year. So, you know, I think you start to look at this and you're like, man, you know, Jimbo loves to throw it out there, and he plays both sides of the coin. Blames the players, and then he'll be like, we got to coach them better. It's like, well, which one is it, Jimbo? I don't understand. And I'm a big believer, huge believer. Listen, my dad was the first lieutenant in the Marine Corps. He fought in Vietnam. Then he was a high school football coach. He beat into us. I used to sit when I was 4 and 5 and 6 years old, and the reel-to-reel back and forth film at our kitchen table. I've been watching this game for a long time. I've been sitting in coaches' meetings for a long time. And the best coaches I've ever been around understand this fact. Whether the players are executing or not, the coach feels the responsibility of the fact that what you see on that film, whether it's reel to reel or now a digital copy, what you see on that film, you are either coaching or allowing. And great coaches approach the game that way. And I just don't sense that from Jimbo.
Well, look, if I'm an A&M fan, I'm upset for a multitude of reasons. But I look at Sonny Dykes in year one and what his offense is doing right now and what they did to Oklahoma this past week. Almost 700 total yards, a lot of balance on the offense, over 300 passing, over 300 rushing. Max Duggan is playing out of his mind right now.
Yeah,
and I'm just like, how can they have this quarterback? How can they have this success? They're ranked 17th. We're going to be 3-3 by the end of next week.
And lucky to be 3-3, but you know, like we talked about, right? Like that ball goes off the top of the upright, for goodness sake. Yeah, I totally agree with you. And by the way, Sonny's the opposite of that. You look through his history and you see quarterbacks that don't come in with a lot of stars and end up playing really good, efficient football at the college level. I think he's doing a heck of a job at TCU. And by the way, I don't know if you guys saw this or not. There are some people that I just like, I would love to be just really witty and smart. I'm not. I'm just a football guy, right? But the TCU Twitter handle, did you see this?
Fantastic.
Unbelievable. Okay, so you know what I'm about to say here.
Yeah.
If you don't know and you haven't seen this, TCU and OU, I mean, TCU is just running them out of the building from the get-go. This didn't get away late. Like, it's happening right from Jump Street. They are getting all over them. And of course, I believe the game's on ESPN, and they keep kind of like updating Judge.
Oh,
right. And
not
it's like
updating,
the whole, you know, chase for 62. Yeah. I mean, they're interrupting. And the TCU Twitter handle was just, it was brilliant. It was like, hey, chase for 62. Who gets there first, Aaron Judge or the Frogs? And I'm just like, that's brilliant. That is so brilliant. You take something that everyone's frustrated about and you make a joke out of it. But to your point, Sonny's a really good coach, you know, and he got caught. By the way, all right, let me back up. Again, this is the ramblings of an unorganized mind. He got caught at Cal in a ridiculously tough job, and he's a good coach. The same can be said for Justin Wilcox, who's at Cal now, right? You get caught into a place where at Berkeley, guys, I just don't think you can win at Berkeley. There's just no support. They're constantly fighting against you. And so Sonny got out of there and he left. He gets to SMU. And now what you're seeing is more of what Sonny Dykes could potentially be in college football. This is a better case study and what he is as a coach there at TCU, and it's pretty good. Undefeated, and they'll face Kansas this week. I think Justin Wilcox is in a similar vein, and when you've got 5 Power 5 jobs open right now at the beginning of October, I think that he's going to be up for some of those jobs. And by the way, there likely will be a 6th, though. I mean, guys, Brian Harsin's not going to survive this. I know we speculated last week. I know I threw out there the Deion Sanders stuff, but you guys tell me, like, that's not going to continue, is it?
No, but I'll let Brown have tell you his thought on this, and it's a great point because that coaching staff is divided with Boise people and players who actually played for Auburn, and Brown has a good thought on why they haven't pulled the trigger yet.
I mean, you got a couple of Auburn guys, Zach Etheridge and Carnell Cadillac-Williams, that a lot of people think you would pick the interim, one of those two guys. You're not, because both his coordinators are Boise guys. So it would feel kind of weird if you fire the Boise head coach and do a coordinator, and Etheridge is actually the associate head coach. So I feel like maybe he gets the job. I don't know, Klatt, that you want to take an Auburn guy, give him the interim job the week they play Georgia. It doesn't feel like what you do to one of your own. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, give him a 40-point beatdown on national TV. That's not something.
You guys are so. I tell you, that is a good old boy. You're right. I don't think that enters other people's mind outside of like that pocket of the country.
Maybe not.
You know, like he's one of ours versus one of theirs.
Wisconsin didn't care, did they?
Yeah, Wisconsin just fired that guy right away. Yeah.
You know what's interesting though about Wisconsin is that I think that the made right now, which I was surprised. I don't know about you guys. Like when I saw that, I was like, whoa. I did not expect that. Now, granted, they have not played well. They're 2-3, and they've gotten embarrassed twice at home, which is not good, and then really embarrassed on the road against Ohio State. They got beat by Washington State earlier in the year, and then Illinois. And by the way, the bad blood there is that everybody in Madison hates Brett Bielema for leaving Madison. And so when he rolls in there with the Illini and beats you, like that ain't a good look. But the undercurrent there is that there have been a lot of people around that program, money people, that have been looking at Jim Leonard and being like, he should be our head coach. And he has stayed patient and stuck around even amongst years in which he gets offers to go be the Green Bay Packers defensive coordinator. And I think this was kind of like all right, let's give him these last 7 games and see what he can do. And when you look at their last 7, especially in that division, by the way, there's 6 teams tied in the Big Ten West, bad division. 6 teams tied in the Big Ten West. He could go 1-6. He could go 6-1. So this is kind of a true audition for Jim Leonard, to your point. So all of those, politicking is going on there with the timing of the Wisconsin move as well.
Your Colorado job opened up as well. Your beloved Buffaloes, and one of the names, a really good list of coaches that us media people always throw out these lists. The names aren't always on there, but I really love Jeff Grimes play calling at Baylor. Troy Calhoun does a good job at a lot of names, but I see Brian Harsin's name on there. He did a okay job, a good job. I don't know how you would judge his job at Boise State before he got the Auburn job. What is Brian Harsin to you? If Brian Harsin was given the Colorado job, would you be excited about that?
The Boise experiment at Colorado is kind of why we're in this position. So,
you could say no because you already have with your reaction. So
I mean, and by the way, I'm just trying to put this palatable. I like Brian. I think any school, this is not just a Colorado thing. This is not just because Dan Hawkins did such a poor job at Colorado. This is more, I think you got to be careful when you're hiring a coach that's in decline versus on the ascent. And Brian seems to me to be, not seems, I mean, he's just like, he's in the decline. I don't know what you can point at and you can say, okay, he's done it. He's taken a team and he's proved that he can take a bottom of the barrel team and build them into something. This is why Lance Leipold was such an amazing hire from Kansas, right? Like he wasn't really on the radar. And then all of a sudden he gets there and you're like, oh wait, he's done this before. That's why I look at a guy like Willie Fritz at Tulane. I think that's an interesting name for Colorado. I don't know if he would go up there or not, but I think that's interesting. I think Jeff Choate is an interesting. He's an assistant at Texas right now. He was a coach at Montana State and had some decent success at a place that's hard to have success. Those are the names that I think are interesting. Troy Calhoun's a great name. These are the names that you can point to and you can say like they understand what it's like to be in a program that is underachieving, to put it mildly. and go in there and try to build something that is successful.
You were the big noon kickoff was in Iowa City. Joel Klatt with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Yeah, super
hotline.
easy place to win.
It is not.
Right,
Kinnick is fantastic. Now,
real easy. It's so easy.
Are you
to
heading
win
to
on the
Bloomington
road
this week? Are you?
I am.
Yeah,
I
it's a tough
am.
place
How
to
about
win.
this?
What
Here we go.
What time does the Michigan pregame show start for you this week?
Wow.
Yeah, the Michigan pregame starts at 10 Eastern, and there'll be some sprinkling of Indiana. Might throw a feature in about Kansas. It'll be exciting. Kansas plays on FS1. Yep, can't make that up, against TCU with game day there, in a week in which Paul Chris lost his job, Brian Harsin keeps his job, A&M and Alabama play, Red River is happening, but game day is at Kansas, kickoff is at Indiana. Listen, hell hath frozen over right now in college football.
I was going to ask you, though, you were there and saw it up close and personal. Kirk Ferentz is the winningest coach in the history of that program, but his son is not a good offensive coordinator. How long do they get to keep doing that?
I don't know. That's a good question. Brian, I don't know how long. I mean, Kirk is running the risk of that ruining his reputation and his ability to stay there. That's the problem, and maybe he thinks to himself, like, listen, that's just a non-starter and we'll move forward. I would say this. And this is not a defense, because listen, by the way, I was saying it during the broadcast. I don't know if you guys watch, but I was saying, I was like, hey, this isn't working. This can't work. The play calling is not building on each other. They haven't, they found some success and then they went away from that success and they haven't built on that success and so on and so forth. No one was more critical than me. Having said that, though, you don't want to go try to chase something that is not your identity or won't be complementary to how you need to win, right? Like, Iowa has to build themselves into wins. That's the way that they have to play. They have to protect their defense. They have to play field position. They're one of the best in college football at doing that. And what you see is, like, for instance, David Shaw chased something offensively and has ruined their identity, and in the process kind of just taken down what was, for a period of time, a very proud and physical brand of football. So, I'm not saying that means you have to keep Brian Ferentz, but I don't think you should go chase something that's going to be, quote, more explosive on offense. Does it need to be better? Absolutely. But it still needs to be complementary and fit with the identity of how Iowa needs to win.
And that's sort of what happened to Wisconsin. They sort of lost their identity in recent months offensively. Utah, UCLA, after your game on Fox, 2:30 on Fox, is really, really a fun game to me, because Utah, despite their loss to start the season, still a really good football team. And DTR looked so good the other night on Friday night in the win over Washington, I thought.
You guys stayed up for that?
Oh, yeah. It's college football, man.
The Pac-12 just can't get out of their own way.
They really
It's
can't.
like, I mean, so last week they have a couple of really good matchups. Wouldn't you? I mean, Washington, Utah, or UCLA was a good matchup.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And Washington had a couple of nice high-profile wins. Now, maybe they don't look as good now, in particular the one over Michigan State. UCLA was sitting there undefeated, not played anybody. And here they are kicking at 10:30 Eastern time in a half-full stadium, like late on a Friday night. It's just like, what are you doing? Their television deal has just killed them. Then you fast forward 24 hours, and they've got Oregon versus Stanford, which, say what you will for Stanford, that's still kind of a marquee game from a brand perspective in the conference, and it's the same thing. It's being played super late. When was the last time the Pac-12 captured the college football world for just one television window?
True.
When was it?
When Pete Carroll was there, they had a lot of the prime time ABC, ESPN games, I guess.
So we're talking now. That's
15
14 years.
Yeah.
15 years.
I remember, was it a
this
Saturday night where Stanford upset Chip Kelly's Oregon? It was I think.
There's been a couple,
Yeah.
I mean
it's
Dunaway
few and far
glazed
between.
right over when Stanford beat Notre Dame with Gus and I on the call in 2015. Don't worry about that.
There were I only have 4 TVs, and I'm sure there are 4 tough SEC road games going on at the same time.
That's right. Like Ole Miss was just grinding it out at Vanderbilt.
Yes.
While Notre Dame was going down at Stanford, but tough to win at Vandy. It's a tough one. Tough to win at Mizzou, Kirby. Oh, so tough. So tough to win at Mizzou. So stupid. And everyone just buys it. It's like the lead on SportsCenter, and everyone's like, yeah. Tough to win in the SEC, Kirby. Shut up. What are we talking? It's Missouri.
It is, man. That crowd, they were sitting on the rocks.
Oh, yeah.
The M, you couldn't even see the M. There were people on the rocks.
I can't believe we let
It's
that
the
stay
equivalent of like a gym out there, right? If you're a gym, like 24-hour fitness and then like Gold's Gym, even though it's, I don't know, a Lifetime Fitness or whatever. And then one of their ads is like, oh, tough to lift 225 here. As opposed, like, I'm sorry, is it not 225 at the other gym? Like, what are we doing?
All right, see Klatt in Bloomington, Indiana. Tough spot for Michigan.
Drink it in.
Going to Indiana. Fox 6 here locally, 11 o'clock on the Big Noon Kickoff Saturday. Thank you, Klatt. Have a great week.
I know that 4 straight Michigan games.
I know.
Everybody in Birmingham is just like, you bet.
Yeah.
Sign me up.
We'll see you next Monday. Thanks.
I appreciate you wearing black T-shirt today. It's Evil Klatt on with us today. I like that.
No, I am looking here, guys, at Big Ten road games this week. Iowa to Illinois. Champaign, really difficult place to play. Right?
Good spot for Iowa. Illinois coming off.
Ohio State at Michigan State, where, by the way, Ohio State's about a 4-touchdown favorite.
Michigan State's so bad.
But East Lansing's a tough place to play.
It won't be this week.
When Michigan State's good. I mean, that's the way it is in the SEC.
Northwestern. Indiana that you mentioned. There's another one on here.
Probably didn't get a pink mark.
Oh, Rutgers.
So it's a down week.
Yeah. Rutgers, Indiana, Maryland, Northwestern, Michigan State, and Illinois are the home games this week. So all the great home venues are on the road this week in the Big Ten. Meanwhile, back in the Southeastern Conference.
Right.
Tough places to play, man.
Tennessee gets a break because they get to play at 11 a.m. in Baton Rouge.
That is a break.
If that was a night game.
Huge break.
Arkansas, coming of a loss to Alabama, has to go deal with the Cowbells in Starkville.
Yep, tough spot.
Also 11 a.m. game. Meanwhile, Missouri, who almost beat number 1, has to go on the road. They're in Gainesville at the Swamp.
Mm-hmm.
Auburn is between the hedges. I mean, we have names. Swamp, between the hedges.
Oh, it's got names.
Ole Miss in the Music City.
Mm-hmm.
Taking on Vandy.
Yeah, so I think that's okay.
South Carolina's at Kroger Field, intimidating.
In the express lane.
And then Texas A&M comes to Bryant-Denny and plays in front of the caviar crowd at Bryant-Denny.
Did mention 5 really tough venues.
Yeah, there were some tough ones there. All right, that's our conversation with Joel Klatt. We've got trash coming up on the other side. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Nichols Outfitters. Tell us about Nichols, Brownie.
Well, listen, Jim, my computer just died. But Nichols Outfitters is I-65 right there, exit 242 in Pelham. Listen, they've got that brand new fishing department, Ducket Fishing, Rapala Lures, Daiwa Fishing, Sixth Sense Fishing, all those right there in that still brand new fishing department. The names and brands you love. Nichols Outfitters, I-65 exit 242 in Pelham.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
When it's time to move, there's one name to remember: Crocker Moving Services, for all your moving needs, both residential and commercial, and they'll even pack for you. See all they offer at crockermovingservices.com. Owner Eric Crocker is a Marine, a Birmingham native, and a veteran of the Iraq War. Crocker Moving Services will use made-in-the-USA equipment, made-in-the-USA supplies, and veteran-operated whenever possible. And they'll move you anywhere in the continental United States. Check them out online right now, crockermovingservices.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Back with you on the Next Round. This hour of the show brought to you by Champy's world famous Fried Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. I was there Friday night, enjoyed some great chicken fingers. The chicken finger platter there. Maggie got the chicken sandwich, got the tamales, of course, the Mississippi Delta recipe tamale. I don't think she had ever had a tamale before. She loved it.
Tell her you're welcome.
I should have ordered a bigger serving. I didn't know she was going to like them that much. So
she ate all yours.
She ate a lot of mine. But you know, sickness and health, all that, Don't like it when the wife eats my food, But
I'd love to have that for the Rams game tonight.
What, some tamales?
Yeah.
You drive down
Maggie
there?
eat with you?
Like, you want me to run down there and pick you up at the go order?
Yes.
Yeah,
he
sure.
does.
That'd be
Absolutely he
great.
does. Yeah.
Well, work out a deal.
Wipe steak?
Yeah. DoorDash. Dunaway Dash, we can call it. Be really good. Anyway, champyschicken.com. We're about to get to trash in just a second. We appreciate Joel Klatt, John Samuel Shenker being with us. Top of the hour, Nick Saban,
the news conference. We'll have that for you as we talk about Bryce Young and Alabama getting ready to host Texas A&M. The show also being brought to you by our friends at Way to Wellness. If you're looking to get your weight in line as we approach the holiday season, if you're looking to control your blood pressure, your cholesterol, all of that goes with eating better and controlling your weight, you can do that with our friends at Way to Wellness. The website is aplanforme.com. You just type that in there, aplanforme.com. Leslie and her team will take care of you. Board-certified team over there will help you design a plan that fits your needs. For me, a couple of protein bars in the morning, a lunch that I eat that I cook myself or buy out to eat from a restaurant, 2 protein bars in the afternoon, my own dinner in the evening. That's the plan for me. It could be different for you. Check them out, aplanforme.com, Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. One note as we get ready to reach the top of the hour here. Braves, is their magic number, not top of the hour, but trash?
It's 1.
Are the Braves 1, magic number 1? So a Mets loss or a Braves win, and they're the division champions.
I mean, what a flip on this thing. And I know people bring up Buster, but I mean, they had a 10.5 game lead. You go back to June 1st.
It's crazy.
Yep.
And then the sweep, when you go through DeGrom, Scherzer, and Bassett the way they did, the bullpen, everybody worries about Kenley Jansen, leads the bigs right now with 40 saves. Bullpen was unbelievable. Olsen and Dansby Swanson went yard in all 3 games.
Clutch hitting from those 2 in those 3 games. Great atmosphere at Truist all weekend.
And
long.
I give Buster a lot of credit because he said, I definitely want to face Mets in front of Braves because the Braves, the ability to hit the home run. And that was the difference in this series. It really was.
Yep, absolutely. So the Braves looking good. They'll lock things up. The Mariners are back in the playoffs. The Phillies are one win away from being back in the playoffs as well as we get to baseball playoffs later this week. But we're to trash right now. Rockstar, hit the big button.
Hey, boys. So you got USFL football coming to town this weekend, huh? You excited about that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Did you do that because of Klatt?
No, just wanted to.
No, Klatt kind of pulled one of those. I can't remember the question we asked. It was like, oh, no, would you be excited about Brian Harsin at Colorado? And he's like, okay, just say no if you're going to do that. That's the. I'm trying to think of a nice way to say no.
Hey, fumbling through today's housing market alone is a bad play. That's why you should learn to team up with the right lender. Our friends at Mortgage Right, they've created their Lock and Shop program to help you score big in home ownership. With Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program, you can lock in your interest rate before you start shopping for a home. These days, homes are selling the second they hit the market, and this program allows you to take a time out. Make your home search easier by pre-approving your budget, maintaining a 60-day lock-in period while you look for the perfect home. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today to lock in your interest rate and unlock your dream home. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. We start first with this picture. Rockstar, you've pulled this up. We'll get back to the picture in a minute, but a man was bitten in the face by a cobra after he tried to kiss it, and now he's battling for his life in the hospital.
Never kiss the snake, man.
Yeah, you should not.
Watch this. He's able to stand, but he doesn't make it long. They got him right on the nose.
Right in the old kisser. Yeah, you try to kiss a cobra, you're probably going to end up in the hospital. I think the odds are in that.
As the man holds the snake to his lips, you see the reptile lunges towards and bites him on the mouth. The man then drops the snake. That's when the other villagers, as you can see, trying to catch the highly venomous snake. I think I'd just leave it alone, wouldn't you guys?
Yeah, I would normally.
They say the venom on this snake is the most potent among all snake species. The amount administered in one single bite can be enough to kill 20 people.
And you're only one, by the way.
I'm glad we don't have cobras here. You guys?
Yeah, I'm pretty thankful about that, yeah.
But, I mean, is the rattlesnake or the moccasin not as powerful venom or worse?
No. You can live on a rattlesnake bite. That cobra gets you, you're probably over. It's the end of the game.
Family of 12 siblings in Spain were awarded a Guinness World Record when their combined age was confirmed at 1,058 years, 249 days. The Hernandez/Perez siblings, who all grew up and still live in the town of Moa.
What a wild crowd.
What a party.
Range in age between 76 and 97. Now,
Damn it, Earl, did you fart again?
According to a statement to Guinness World Records, quote, "We never thought we'd break a world record. The family composed of 7 brothers and 5 sisters. It all started as a joke during a family reunion in June. And then after seeing a newspaper article titled 12 Siblings Count for More Than 1,000 Years, we started gathering information, reached out to the Guinness World Records." I wonder what they charged them for this.
Well, they couldn't take the picture in the house. Whatever the hell that is.
Yeah, where is this?
There's a shed.
Where is
No,
this?
Rocky, I don't know if you
Spain.
heard, but we reached out to Guinness, and they actually charge you.
Yeah,
Like-
'cause I'm guessing if you waste the person's time, if you just do
That's a good
3
point.
things,
Yeah,
like I flew all the way to do this sport and you're tapping out.
that's a good point. Yeah, they do have to
I'm
fly
sure it's
guy
an
down there.
insurance thing. Like,
Yeah, but what do you think they would like charge for just their average charge?
$3,000.
$16,000 is their average.
What'd they charge you?
Well, they're based on all the parameters. They asked for $25,000.
That's a good deal.
Yeah, it's a great deal.
A lot of people are going to talk about it.
We're going to be doing an unofficial,
A Guinness World Record?
an officially unofficial world
A
record.
Genesis. Phil Collins, can you tell us?
How do you think this crowd sounds in the morning? My back hurts. It's my hip.
Look at the one dude, just in the gray. He's probably taking a nap.
The one in the wheelchair?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's being held. He's also got a balloon in his britches.
He's eating a few plates of pasta.
Yeah.
What about is this a guy or a girl on the, not with the cane, but next? Yeah.
That's a lady.
Not a young lady. A lady.
Ew, that camera's trying to bite me.
And then the one on the far right looks like, just like a little league grandmother.
Yeah.
She looks totally different.
Could be anybody's mean mom.
She looks like the youngest one there, yeah.
It does look like the most active one is the guy wearing the all denim with the outdoors hat. Like he's got a little man purse.
Yeah.
He's been out for a hike. I'll slow down for a second to take this picture, but I got to get up and keep moving.
That one doesn't look that old in the light pant.
Every single male has a hat on, but a different hat on.
That's a good point, Rex. So you're right.
Every single one.
Yeah.
3 canes.
Yep. I'm known for the white hat.
I'm the good guy.
Scott's wife has advertised a coffin online, which she is giving away because, quote, her husband has lived longer than she had hoped. Margaret Staples posted an advert. The brand new coffin, which was originally purchased for her partner on Facebook Marketplace. Now, the woman has left social media users in stitches after the listing was made on Monday. The picture placed alongside the advert showed the sparkling new silver coffin with a white pillow inside, as you see right there.
I made your bed.
Margaret went on to say,
Lying it, damn it.
quote, "Giving away a brand new coffin. Bought it for my husband, but he has lived longer than I had hoped and expected, so no longer required it's cluttering up my house."
That's a weird coffee table you got there, Irvin.
I made your bed.
Yeah. Hey, how about this? Did you guys love Happy Meals as kids?
I did, in fact, and my little one does now too.
Guess what? You're never too old for a Happy Meal. At least McDonald's is banking on it. The fast food juggernaut this week announced plans to introduce adult-oriented meals, complete with a free toy, as an initiative designed to work off the nostalgia of the restaurant's famous red cardboard boxes. Now,
What's the adult toy? That sounds weird.
So the classic Happy Meal, you get...
Can I say, Lunsford, can you go on, please? Just Laurel, who's on top of everything. Go for it, Lunsford.
My wife just sent me a picture. She already has bought one.
Of course she has, yes.
And sent me a picture of the weird grimace she got as her toy.
The weird grimace.
Now, did she get the Big Mac or the 10-piece chicken nugget?
She got the chicken nuggets.
Okay. I would have gone with the Big Mac.
Yeah, now see, to me, Patrick has it right. I mean, make it a Big Mac fry and a cold Bud Light. I mean, that's an adult Happy Meal.
Well, it's a 10-piece chicken McNugget as well as soda and fries. You know, for the first time, I shouldn't say for the first time in my life.
There's your picture.
What?
Oh, wow.
Grimace has 4 eyes?
Oh. Wow, that is a weird grimace, yeah.
Yeah.
What the hell is he?
I don't know.
Okay, I got shower thoughts for you guys.
All right.
Queen Elizabeth's birthday was probably announced via a telegram and her death via a tweet.
It's a long life.
I mean, that is pretty wild to think about, though. You're right.
Yep.
The technology, just where it was,
just
when
how
she was
much
born to
how
where
much
it
it
is now.
changed. Yeah.
Probably announced in the market in the town square by a crier. The Queen has been born.
The loudest way to open a bag of chips is to open it slowly
It
and quietly.
drives me insane. Like when people try to open a pack of crackers, it's like, just open it, man. Just open it.
Another shower thought. It's kind of crazy that Steve Jobs died 10 iPhones ago.
So on the 4, because we're at 14.
Yeah, we're at 14 now.
Are we at 14?
Yeah, this one's got a good camera, it says, and it's faster and the battery lasts longer.
I love these last two. Adult peer pressure is hearing your neighbor mowing, so you decide you better mow too.
Do you ever blow leaves?
And then finally, so many things were invented because people were lazy, but so many things weren't invented because people were lazy.
That is a conundrum.
And then finally, we've got a digital artist. Imagine what other famous artist would look like as the Incredible Hulk. Rockstar has got pictures on these.
No, that's 100%.
Adam Driver?
Yeah, Adam Driver. Let's see if we can name them, Rocky.
Okay.
That
is that Josh Brolin?
No.
No, that is...
oh, that's the Cumberbatch.
That's correct. Benedict Cumberbatch.
The Cumberbatch.
Yeah, the Cumberbatch. Oh, that's the
kicker from Texas.
No,
it's
the machete guy. Machete guy.
Danny Trejo.
Yeah. I don't know. He's got some green in his tongue.
You know.
That's the best.
Yeah.
Robert De Niro?
De Niro.
Yeah. Looks like he's taking a shit. Say hello to my little.
That's not Robert De Niro.
Oh, that's John Hamm.
It's John Hamm.
You know he was popular for?
The
Mad
Progressive
Men.
commercials.
Mad Men, yeah. Ding. Oh, that's the guy from...
oh God,
it's Lunsford.
No, it's the guy. It's the guy from the Neighbors movies, and then the one where he knocked up.
Yeah, Seth Rogen.
Yeah,
I think that's it. Yeah,
you got us there, Don.
Hilarious.
Yeah, it's good stuff. That is Trash Today, brought to you by
our friends at Mortgage Right. They have a game-changing new offer that will shift the way you view home shopping. Put your best foot forward with their upfront underwriting program. Mortgage Right's team of underwriters will look over your application to determine how much home you can buy. They will issue a pre-approval letter, which will set you apart from other buyers. Prove to sellers that you mean business. Mortgage Right's upfront underwriting program will help you home shop with confidence, no hassle, no hang-ups, only happy home buyers. Just get pre-approved today with Mortgage Right before you start home shopping. Fast track your home buying journey today at mortgageright.com/TNR.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey there, folks. Welcome back to another college football season. And welcome back to another season of Fansville by Dr. Pepper. That little slice of heaven. Every man, woman, and student section drinks Dr. Pepper like their life depends on it. It does. Where the air is filled with the scent of charcoal grills, and the streets are marked with yard lines. Practical. Where the current trending baby names are Blitz, Spike, and 2-point conversion. Adorable. And recruitment starts before you're born. It's a linebacker. Where NFT stands for Not Fun Tailgate, and DIY stands for Dr. Pepper is Yummy. It is. It's the place off-season fever dreams are made of. Where the right to life, liberty, and barbecue is written in the town's constitution. Saucy. And the current forecast is sunny, with a 90% chance of the skies opening up and raining down delicious droplets of Dr. Pepper. Grab a bucket. Get ready for anything to happen this college football season on Fansville by Dr. Pepper. The one fans deserve. Grab some today.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF will provide information to help the clients and families find programs for unique individuals with traumatic brain injury and spinal cord injuries. Find out how you can help at ahif.org. That's ahif.org.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got two great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here, and make sure to join Jerry Young and myself every Thursday afternoon at 1 p.m. for Next Round Preps. It's an in-depth look at all the various big high school football games going on across the state. We'll recap the week before and we'll preview the week ahead. Plus, we'll talk bracketology, recruiting, and other big headlines across all high school sports. That's every Thursday during football season at 1 p.m. on YouTube, nextroundlive.com, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Football season is back, and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champyschchicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken. The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. Taylor over in the chat room, probably late to the party, a little behind on watching the video, but Joel Klatt showing the literal chip on his shoulder is one of the funniest things I've ever seen. That was a surprising look on his shoulder when he pulled up that T-shirt.
And one none of us were prepared for. I think based on our reaction, we were not ready for that.
Again, it looked like a shark bite.
Yeah, it was wild.
It did look like he was missing some meat up there. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at the Pants Store. The only place to get the best gear for game day has to be the Pants Store if you're an SEC fan. Great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, Hoover, and now Auburn. Pants Store, pantsstore.com. Anywhere in America, they can ship it to you. Pantsstore.com. And you can find Pants Store on social media as well. Follow them there for all the game day hats, your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And the women's game day gear as well. Perfect there. Get it perfectly fit for you with the fall season here now. Pants Store for you at thepantsstore.com and also at Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, Hoover, and in Auburn. Rockstar's viewing menu in a second. But from the NFL yesterday, the Eagles win again. Boy, I thought the Jaguars, they got out to that 14-0 lead. And I was like, the Jaguars are looking really good. And then they collapse under the Eagles, who some people in their power ratings are starting to put, it's really over-exaggeration, but they're starting to put the Eagles number one.
Well,
they're not the best team in the league.
I don't know. I think the Bills still are, but I would say, I said this last week, I think the Eagles are the best team in the NFC. I mean, to be down 14 and then to get a double-digit lead. Now, Trevor Lawrence helped out. He had 4 fumbles and a pick. But Jalen Hurts on the other side, I give him credit. He throws a pick 6 early and bounces back and has a pretty good game.
But I don't understand how Kansas City loses football games. I don't know how they lose, ever.
Well, their defense isn't great.
Yeah, but they have such an offense that when they're clicking like they were last night against Tampa.
But it's a different offense, though, now.
It's hard to imagine.
You don't have that deep threat, so it's now about the running backs and the tight ends for Patrick Mahomes. Now, Pat Mahomes, I mean, the play he made last night was it was ridiculous. It was frustrating because I was on your Tampa Bay Bucs. But I still would go Buffalo best in the AFC, although they really struggle. And I can't believe, if you're a Baltimore fan, shout out to the Kozliks.
Your 2 second-half leads you've lost.
17-point leads at home.
What did you think of Harbaugh going for the touchdown?
I thought it was a terrible call on his part.
See, a lot of people,
kick it there.
I didn't have a problem with it, really.
Yeah. I mean, to me, you play for the win. I mean, it didn't work out. If it works out, he's a genius.
Yeah, Baltimore's defense has been so bad. You got Josh Allen on the other side. You figure they're going to at least be able to get 3. Now, maybe it puts more pressure on Allen if you get the 3 and instead of playing in a tie game, he's playing behind. But I didn't have a problem with it. You've got Lamar Jackson. It's 2 yards. I mean, you get that 75% of the time. So I didn't necessarily have a problem with that. But I do think right now the Eagles, I know they'd beat the Rams. They would definitely beat your Bucs.
One more. They would not beat the Bucs. One more. Cooper Rush 3-0 now as the starter. Cooper Dubs, as the headline reads.
Yeah.
Here's what's going to happen. I mean, I want to tell you, the lock tonight is going to be San Francisco. And look, they're just the kryptonite to the Rams. Jimmy G has never lost to the Rams. It's something about him until the NFC Championship last year. So I like San Francisco, but then I think L.A. hosting Dallas, Cooper Rush, everybody's going to hype it up. Cooper Rush will have a terrible game against the Rams.
Or Dak comes back for the Rams and they lose.
Yeah, and then people are like, Cooper should be the guy.
Yeah, exactly. Rockstar's View menu before we get to the Nick Saban News Conference, brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
Hey, and it's Texas A&M week, and you can get a free unframed Leap of Faith 8x10 Collegiate Classic print with any $50 purchase. And the Leap of Faith, I don't remember this one by Danny Moore. It's Alabama's award-winning Jonathan Allen flying over Texas A&M's Travion Williams to sack Trevor Knight in the 2016 matchup. Alabama beat the Aggies 33-14. So right now, no code needed. The item will automatically appear in your cart after $50 has been added, and the offer ends 10/9/22. Go to danielmooreart.com for more information.
HBO Max released all their movies for October. 1991, it's a guilty pleasure for me. Terrible movie, but I love it. Nothing But Trouble. Dan Aykroyd, Chevy Chase, John Candy, Demi Moore.
I hated it.
Well, it's a terribly bad movie, but I love
Tupac's in it, too.
He is. All run Digital Underground. Yep. They get off it. They drive in a hearse. Then Netflix, there's a movie called Jexy. Phil makes top 10 pop lists at work. His only friend is a cell phone Siri. His new phone includes AI helper Jexy, who improves/controls his social life. So I think he makes all the decisions for him. It's the dude from Workaholics. Lunsford, help me out.
Yeah, the guy from Pitch Perfect.
Yeah. Adam something.
Yeah.
Anyway, and then 9 p.m. on Showtime Showcase, Teeth from 2007. Still a stranger to her own body, a high school student discovers she has a physical advantage when she becomes the object of male violence. Think about it.
Yeah.
Teeth.
Her ha-ha's got teeth.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yikes.
Yeah, I've heard that it's a cult classic. I'm going to assume Laurel and Lunsford have seen it. I haven't. There are people that swear by teeth.
Never watched that movie.
Has Laurel seen it?
Laurel has seen it, yes.
Yeah. I started Dahmer, and I've seen 3 episodes. It is, like, I knew the backstory of Dahmer, and I knew most of his stuff. I didn't know.
From Coach?
No, half of his stuff, Jeffrey Dahmer. I didn't know half the stuff that went down early on in his life. I mean, it is really, really, really disturbing.
But they don't try to make him out as a victim, do they?
Oh, no.
Okay.
Well, I mean, you can't. I mean, you can't.
It's going to be hard.
It's impossible to sympathize with him.
Killed him and ate him.
But his dad did no favors. Like, his dad was getting roadkill for the kid to work on, like to show him how to dissect roadkill. Yikes. When he was like 6.
That's what Rockstar is watching and what LT is watching tonight and in their lives, thanks to our friends at New Life Art. When we come back, Nick Saban's news conference. Real quickly, do you think he gives a meaningful update on Bryce Young?
I think it'll still be day-to-day.
Yeah, I think it's day-to-day.
I know y'all are going to ask me about Bryce. He's day-to-day. You know, he's the team doctors, yada, yada, yada.
I think he will say it's not serious.
Yeah. We'll get that when we come back right here on the next round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA. There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Holly Mack Wilson just sold the Johnsons a new home. Not a house, a home. She helped them put a swing in the backyard, helped move the grill to the back patio, and watched as the Johnsons put their great-grandmother's piano in the foyer. A house is a dwelling. A home is a place filled with love and memories. Call Holly Mack Wilson, your Tuscaloosa Keller Williams Realtor, 205-901-9446, or check out our website, hollymackhomes.com, and let Holly Mack Wilson help you find your dream home where you can make your own memories. Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
Football is back, and you can check out the new arrivals in the Next Round store. Support the brand by grabbing a t-shirt, hoodie, or hat. See the latest gear online at nextround.store. That's nextround.store. We've got gear in your favorite team colors, perfect to wear to the stadium or tailgate. All the gear has been approved by everyone on the show. Quality and comfort that's perfect to share as a gift. Just visit nextround.store. That's nextround.store, the official store of Double Down Media.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Nick Saban news conference in just a second, brought to you by our friends at Hamburger Heaven.
Hey, since 1982, cooking up the best burgers, fries, those hand-spun milkshakes, delicious sandwiches made fresh to order, including that club sandwich. All their ingredients fresh, prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each day for breakfast or lunch. 4 locations. Go see Pete and the guys at Hamburger Heaven, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
We're about to hear from Nick Saban. Bryce Young will be early in the news conference. Usually, Brown's right the way he handles this. He addresses it before he gets asked a question about it. So we expect that to happen very quickly. Just an interesting scenario. If he's out 3 games or 2 games or 1 game and they lose the 1 game he's out, and you're on the college football selection committee, how do you evaluate that?
Well, I mean, they've said they take injuries into account, especially if it's your starting quarterback, Heisman Trophy winning quarterback. I would think there's no way you couldn't take that into account if you're the playoff committee, and that's Alabama's only loss. Now, the tricky thing would be, and I don't think they're going to lose to Texas A&M. But the tricky thing would be, well, even A&M wouldn't matter if the loss kept you out of Atlanta. But I don't even know what loss they could have right now that would keep them out of Atlanta.
Yeah, I think it gets trickier if he's out 2 weeks, because I think Alabama with Milroe still, Alabama's defense is too much for this A&M offense. But I could easily see this scenario play out. Tennessee loses in Baton Rouge. Alabama beats A&M, then Alabama going to Knoxville.
I can see that, yeah.
The game they lose.
Tennessee ain't losing in Baton Rouge.
Look at this guy. Do you know how tough a game that is for Tennessee? They don't have a good defense. I keep trying to tell you this. You think Tennessee
Do we already have a
what?
stake on this?
I don't think we do, but we can circle back a little bit later on. But Tennessee ain't losing this weekend.
I think they lose.
I mean, they may not cover. I don't know how many points
It's
they're
like
giving
4.
LSU.
I mean, if they don't cover, it's going to be
it's like 3.5
it's
or
a
4.
one-possession game.
Yeah, they're not losing at Baton Rouge before Alabama comes to town for them a chance to. They're riding. What are they in the country right now?
What are you doing here? What are you doing?
Tennessee is number 8 in the country. Game day is going to be in Knoxville.
What are you doing?
I'm just saying. Tennessee's good. And Hooker's
I think
good.
Tennessee's a good offensive team.
That's what we said about Oklahoma 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, they're a good overall football team, but they're not great because they don't have enough to. If they had a great defense, they'd be great.
And I think Tillman is still a big injury.
And
11
he's hurt.
o'clock, half-empty Tiger Stadium. A team that was 17-0 down to Auburn.
Mm-hmm.
If they play the first half like they did at Jordan-Hare Stadium, they'll be down 34-0 at home to the Volunteers.
I don't necessarily disagree with that. If they play the first half the way they did at Auburn, Auburn's defense is better than Tennessee's, and you were on the road.
Yeah, I would just say that LSU fans are going to be really excited about this. I mean, now 4 consecutive wins. Everything is in front of them. They're playing better. You know, this could be a confidence game for Jaden Daniels because he hasn't thrown the football well, but you can against this Tennessee defense.
He was 8 of 20 against Auburn and went out of that game. Nussmeier had to come in and finish the game for LSU. And that is something to watch there now. If Nussmeier makes the start, you're absolutely right, probably.
Brian Kelly says that, asked about the early start time. It's early, but it's Tiger Stadium. It's LSU football. LSU playing Tennessee in Tiger Stadium. Tell me what better there is to do on a Saturday.
Well, Brian Kelly hasn't been there long enough to know you have to bitch and complain about getting the early kick if you're involved with LSU. You can't just take an 11 o'clock kick and not whine about it.
But in hindsight, well, here's Nick Saban walking to the podium. Hamburger Heaven on-campus drive-thru.
How's everybody today? Good. After reviewing the film, I don't feel a whole lot different than I did after the game. We did a lot of really good things, in this game, made a lot of explosive plays offensively. Did a good job of creating balance, run and pass. Defensively, we played really well, for the first, couple quarters of the game. But really, we lost our intensity in the third quarter. Had a disastrous third quarter relative to statistics, relative to errors in the kicking game, relative to field position, time of possession, whatever you want to talk about. But have to give the team a lot of credit for gaining the resiliency to, come back and play really well in the fourth quarter, which was, really the difference in the game. So a lot of lessons to be learned here. And hopefully our players will learn that I think we had the right mindset playing on the road. We started out the game really, really well. I don't think we sustained it like we need to. And that's the next step of what we need to learn. But, Texas A&M has a really, really good team. These guys have a lot of good players. Jimbo does a really good job of coaching them. A lot of challenging, things on offense has always been the case with him being a really, really good offensive coach and play caller. They got some very explosive players on offense. Evan Stewart's a really good receiver. A-Chain, I think I'm saying his name correctly. Number 6 is really an explosive player, not only as a returner, but as a runner and a receiver. I mean, this guy is a very, very talented guy. So they've got a really, really good offensive team. They've got a really good defensive team, one of the top defensive teams in, the SEC. They've got really good specialists. So, this is a really good team all the way around. And, what happened in last week's game is not going to have any effect on what happens in this game. We could go say it was the same situation a year ago. they're going to play really well against us, and we got to be ready to play our best, as a team to be able to take advantage of it. I know you're interested in the injury situation. Really, there's no updates on Bryce. He's got a little bit of a shoulder injury. It's not a long-term, type injury. He's going to be day to day when he can get back to, throwing. And we'll just have to evaluate it day to day. So I can't tell you if that's going to be today, tomorrow, or the next day. Brian Branch should not going to practice today, but should be okay after today. Justin Boygby is he's got a neck injury that we're having specialists look at to make sure we manage correctly, and we're not going to allow him to play until we can get the exact most expert plan of action for him and his future.
I wanted to follow up with you on something you mentioned in the post game on Saturday about Kool-Aid going in kind of as an emergency star. What kind of a growth experience can that be for him? And also from a coaching standpoint, now that he's had that live exposure, does it make sense to give him some basic training in case the knee comes up again?
Yeah, well, we trained him, and I guess I wasn't totally specific or wasn't trying to be dishonest, but we trained him in fall camp to be able to do this. So it wasn't like he's never done it before. We just hadn't practiced him because we thought we had three capable stars. Jaquez Robinson, not being available for the game because of an injury left us two, and both of them went down in the game. So, if we have three, I'm fine with that. But if we need to, we will train him some at that position. Kool-Aid's a really bright guy. He's very smart. He understands football. So it's not really hard. He's not one of those guys that need a whole bunch of reps to be able to play a different position, because he has a pretty good understanding of the concept. And but we will.
It's one thing to know you're one snap away from entering the game as a starting quarterback, but how do you think that Jalen handled that transition from going from the bench to the game?
Well, we try to put him in other games so he gets the opportunity to play. So it's not the first time he ever goes in a game. But hopefully that's what you try to do, is prepare guys so when they get an opportunity, they're ready to play. That's why you try to get guys really good game experience. So if they have to play, they feel more comfortable going into the game. But you'll have to ask him how he felt. I can't answer that question. I just know as a coach what we try to do to prepare him so that they feel like, at least psychologically, they're in the right place to go out there and read things and make the right choices and decisions. It's why we practice. It's why we give guys experience. And we've been fortunate that, Jalen got a pretty good bit of experience, in these first few games.
After the game, you talked about the blocking being good on those long runs in the fourth quarter, but what do you think of the offensive line's performance as a whole on the road?
Yeah, well, they did a good job in this game, especially. I think this was the best game we've played. I think they've shown improvement every week. I think that's important. I think that, you're talking about a team that had 15 sacks, going into the game, led the league in sacks. And they say they got one sack. I guess it must have been on Bryce's scramble. He must have lost a half an inch or something on that play. But I thought they did a great job in pass protection too, against some pretty good pass rushers and a pretty good pressure scheme.
A&M's starting quarterback also had a bit of an injury in their last game. How do you prepare as a defense when you're not sure who the quarterback is going to be throughout the week?
Well, I mean, we've seen a little bit of both guys. We don't really know what the circumstances of the situation, but we have to prepare for both guys. I mean, we do this a lot, especially when the skill set of the two guys is a little bit different. We have no way of knowing if 13 plays, if they're going to do something different with him. We just have to prepare for what we know they've done in the past and be ready to adjust in a game if there's something different.
Yes, Coach. I was wondering,
it seems like all good teams at some point in the season have a really tough game. And even if you win it, do you get something out of that, an intangible later on, or is there any record of that, I guess, that you would say you do or don't?
Well, I would say that, we've only had, 2 teams around here in 15 years that have gone undefeated. That didn't mean that the teams that lost a game necessarily didn't have, in some cases, the same amount of success as the other. All right, the question is do you need to lose a game to learn? Do you need to lose a game to get it right? Do you need to lose a game to say it's important to practice the right way, do things the right way, take care of myself the right way? The middle of the season is not the time to think about getting rest. You rest at the end of the season. All right, the season is a grind. Practice is a grind. Preparation is a grind, mentally and physically on players. But you got to make a choice. Are you going to grind through that and continue, or can you learn from the lessons when you win as well as when you lose? Or do you have to lose to learn the lessons? And I think that's a dynamic that every team has to prove that they can continue to do these things over the course of the season.
You had mentioned on Saturday that Bryce had a few types of these injuries before. How did you guys kind of handle that in the past?
Well, there's nothing to handle. What do you want me to handle? I mean, only thing I would tell Bryce is don't put yourself in a bad position. He could have thrown the ball away before, and he could have just let the guy tackle him. In either case, he probably wouldn't have an issue. All right, but putting himself in the awkward position of trying to throw the ball on his way down and then, landing the way he did, just try to avoid those kind of circumstances and situations for any injury. But again, that's just it's not a criticism. It's a teaching moment that players have to learn. And the thing about great competitors, and Bryce is a great competitor, is they always want to make a play. They're going to go to the last nth degree to make a play. But sometimes you got to know when there's no play to be made. And now it's time to not put myself at risk.
You've talked about Jalen Merrill's unique skill set. Just given that, is there a thought of maybe putting a package together for him, regardless of Bryce's injury status?
We already have one. So. Do you want us to put a new one together now just because he might play, or use the old one? I mean, we can do either one. I mean, I'll go talk to the offensive coaches and see. Again, I don't talk to Jimbo on a regular basis, but I'll call him and tell him right after the conference if you want me to. I mean, you guys think I'm going to tell you what we're going to do with our offense and our team? You might as well make it up. I saw today where there's headlines in the paper that, I'm going to keep it a secret what we're going to do with Bryce. It sounded like me making that statement, but I've never said that. But it was there in black and white. So you can make up whatever you want to make up. Look at somebody else's running quarterback and say they should put these plays in. I think that'd be a better way to do it.
Hey, Coach, Kool-Aid, local guy. You can tell he really loves his family. And it really seems like ever since high school, he's really dedicated himself to being the best football player he can be. You can teach a lot of things, but you can't necessarily teach that. Just talk about Kool-Aid's character.
Yeah, Kool-Aid is very competitive, very smart guy, is a hard worker, kind of understands what it takes to be successful, does a really good job of applying techniques and trying to do things the right way. And I think that has played, well for us so far this season. done a really good job on the punt return, but I think the punt return team has done a really good job of executing as well. But I think, these kinds of guys that have this kind of competitive character are smart, make good choices and decisions in the game, whether it's what technique to use, the guy I'm covering, how do I need to do it? All those things enhance a guy's ability to be successful. And, Kool-Aid does that extremely well.
Hi, Coach. So social media has changed, the level of college football and just the game in general. And obviously, if we talk about just you touched today on headlines, I want to know when you have those moments, and obviously this happened in the off season, but when you have those moments when there's all this criticism and outside noise, how have you learned to handle that when this noise has gotten so loud? And how do you help your players navigate those distractions as it only becomes worse?
Well, obviously, at times we haven't handled it very well because, I was talking about rat poison last year when we played this game. Nobody would listen. Players wouldn't listen. You all didn't listen. They had lost the week before. We were big favorites. It was like no big deal. Just show up for this game, go play the next game. And I don't get affected by it because I don't listen to you all. I really don't have any interest in what anybody thinks about any of this stuff. I do have an interest in how it affects and impacts the players on our team. And I think it does. And I think they have to show maturity in how they manage it and know that external opinion, external noise, whatever you want to call it, rat poison, whatever it is, absolutely has nothing to do with the outcome of the game. Just like fans have nothing to do with the outcome of the game. They don't block, they don't tackle, they don't catch passes, they don't make sacks. All they do is make noise. And if you want to take them out of the game, just play well, execute, and then they won't be there. They'll leave. So these are external factors that cannot affect how you think as a competitor in terms of respecting winning, respecting what you have to do to win, and how important it is. Knowing that we're going to get the other team's best game because they can all get well beating us. So that's how I try to handle it. Does anybody listen? Sometimes, sometimes not.
Just on one of Jameer's long touchdown runs yesterday or Saturday, they were blocking to the right and then a cutback lane opened up. How would you say that blocking, or can you describe how that blocking sets it up to where he's able to see a cutback lane and go and burst through it and go and score a long touchdown?
Well, I think that's a sign of a really good running back is you help the offensive line by how you stretch the play, press the hole, whatever it is, so that you lead them to their blocks. All right, then when people overplay the blocks or get hooked, you stick your foot in the ground and hit it. All right, and that's what he did on both of his runs. That's what he does very well, whether it's an inside run or an outside run. So that's part of being a good back. It's not just take the ball and run it. All right, you have to understand, how are we blocking this play? How do I set these blockers up, all right, so that they have the best chance to succeed at their blocks, all right, which these plays were well blocked. He did a great job of running these plays, stretching, finding the seam and cutting. So you're trying to cut the defense some kind of way. All right, so you got these guys playing outside, you cut these guys off, you press it, and that's where you try to hit it, and that's what happened. All right, thank you.
That is Nick Saban on the Hamburger Heaven on-campus drive-through. Just to clean it up a little bit, he's talking about visiting fans. You guys help a lot, a lot at home.
Fans mean nothing.
No, you guys mean a lot. It's
when
the
he
other
first said
fans.
that, I was like, whoa, Nick.
Yeah, the road fans.
Right.
So
they don't block. They don't do any. You guys block. Y'all do a great job at home.
do I take it when we record a new Mystery Fifth Hour that he will not be listening?
Oh, he does not listen.
He'll read the headline.
He read a
It's in black
newspaper.
and white.
Don't care. Here's what happens.
What any of you guys think.
There's a guy that walks in every morning that says, all right, here's some propaganda we can use to motivate the team today. Look, they say this about us here. You're gonna lie. You're gonna lie to the media.
I mean,
look,
what?
you guys are 28-point favorites. You guys, yep. Oh, and look, they said this in College Station.
I mean,
which one of these things can we use for us?
We're the Bay Minette reader. It's in black and white. Why would I read this in black and white?
Hamburger Heaven bringing us the Nick Saban on-campus drive-thru today.
Yeah, since 1982, Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients fresh, prepared daily for breakfast or lunch. Visit any of the 4 locations of Hamburger Heaven, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
I didn't listen last year. I locked up Alabama against
Rat
Texas
poison.
against Texas A&M. I thought they'd win that game. All right, and again, Jimbo's got them right where he wants them again. A couple of losses, lost to Mississippi State again. Everybody's going to overlook Texas A&M. Here they come. Look out for the Aggies this week.
He does not have them right where they want them because they're not in College Station.
Yeah, not in College Station.
Is this the first time in college football history that we have seen a number 1 team lose their ranking twice in the same season?
It happened to Alabama, happened to Georgia, is what you're saying?
Yeah, maybe so.
Maybe. I mean, it happens more now than usual. But
I still think this team is going to lose a game. I don't think that's a bold statement.
Well, I called Tennessee back in the summer.
I did too.
Still trending that way. Big step up.
Hey, and I
Ole
feel,
Miss looks different now,
I
too.
feel better about Georgia at Mississippi State. I think Mississippi State on a given night can beat Georgia.
Yeah, given night. I mean, any given Saturday, right? Can happen. Lock of the day, LT gave us his lock earlier. He likes the 49ers tonight against his LA Rams. Despite his wardrobe, he thinks the 49ers the play tonight. Brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill for all your plumbing, cooling, heating, and every need in your home. They can do it. The name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill, they fix it right. They fix it the first time, and they fix it at a fair price. Call them up. 205-229-2090, 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemp Hill. When we come back, we will do 4 downs today, and then we still have our stock report to do. All that straight ahead right here on the show. That's brought to you by our friends at Bud Light. Bud Light game night this week. Innisfree, Tuscaloosa. Back in a moment.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today, or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country, just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or Michelson. LaserVision.com.
Start your day on our website, nextroundlive.com. The morning rounds give you the top links to the stories you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live, or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
All right, here we go. Interesting stuff. Zach may swing by Innisfree Thursday night. But if you can't make it Thursday night, 5 to 7, Innisfree Tuscaloosa for Bud Light game night, you can be there Friday, 9 to 1 as well. We'll do our live show over there, 9 to 1. Swing by at some point, have lunch at Innisfree, have a cold one, and get ready for the big weekend. If you're an Aggie fan coming into town, woohoo, woo, ah, come on by and say hi to us as well.
What do they do?
Woohoo, ah.
It's like a bunch of Mickey Mouses.
So hokey.
Woo-hoo. It is. It's the hokiest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, so come on by and say hi to us. Innisfree this weekend.
I'm excited about Thursday and Friday. It's going to be fun. Now, the atmosphere is lost a lot because of Jimbo.
Not quite what it was going to be.
Jimbo could coach and find a quarterback.
Damn it,
this
Jimbo.
would be really exciting.
Yeah, it would be exciting. What's the point spread on this?
23.5.
You want to stake?
23.5. There's 24.5.
You do it?
No,
hey, give the week some time. It'll be up there.
I'll give you 28.5 right now with Auburn.
No, I called 40 earlier.
40?
Yeah.
I call 42, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a, I won't say what I said. They should wear their burnt orange breeches this weekend. Here we go. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Buzzed. Buzzed, B-U-Z-D. They've got an app, LT, that hooks you up.
Oh, look, if you like to entertain, you got to get this app. B-U-Z-D. It's got, they sell wine, spirits, beer, again, cannabis. It's the fastest, most affordable delivery service with pricing in line with your favorite package or convenience stores. Buzz combines the best of the service and delivery industries to create this unique to Alabama and first-of-its-kind service. Found on your app store. Again, B-U-Z-D. It's Buzzed. Use the code NEXTROUND for 15% off your first order. Their biggest day was Saturday. Got to hang out with the guys. So they really appreciate all the support from our Next Round listeners and viewers.
You think Auburn and closer than you thought in Fayetteville had something to do with it?
Yeah. So second half, they're like, oh, we just sold a couple bottles of bourbon when Bama was struggling.
I'll be honest. I was going to go no drinks at all on Saturday. Bryce goes into the tent. I poured my first bourbon.
That's the way it works.
I can hear the bottles opening up all over the state.
Cannabis, alcohol, tobacco. They're adding inventory constantly from downtown Birmingham to 119 and everything in between. We bring the buzz to you. Get buzzed. B-U-Z-D on that app.
Yeah, so basically you're at home, you're enjoying football, you run out of your beverages, they bring it to you. It's as easy as that.
Think about it. People are going to be throwing Halloween parties, Christmas parties coming up, Thanksgiving. These guys.
Peggy and the boys from Back in Creative ever come over and you're hosting the folks from Mad Men?
That's a ding, yes.
You just go all the way. Just bang. Yeah. All right, it's time for 4 Downs. Vulcan Tires brings you 4 Down. LT has them for us today. And we look forward to hearing maybe a little NFL in this, right?
Yeah, there should be a touch of NFL. I did them early this morning, so let me check here.
Walking tires, though. I mean, 4 to 5 locations.
Yeah, that 5th location coming
4 to 5,
very
4 to 5.
soon
45
to Pell City. Hopefully one day our friends will have 45. Again, anything you need, bumper to bumper, from the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more, they can handle for you and your family. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
More surprising that KU is undefeated, Kansas, and ranked in October, or Paul Chryst was fired through 5 games.
More surprising they're undefeated, Kansas is. I mean, if you'd have told me Kansas, hey, man, 5 games in, Kansas off to a good start, I'd have said, oh, they're 3-2? Yeah. Yeah, but they're undefeated with a couple road conference wins.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. But, I mean, Paul Chryst was fired after week 5. Fired. One of their own, a Madison native, fired after week 5.
Yeah.
I mean, who is Kansas beating?
I never saw it coming. I mean, look, their wins get better and better.
West Virginia, Iowa State.
Yeah.
Houston. Who's Houston.
Yeah. I mean, speaking of not being able to coach, Dana Holgorsen.
No. You're right about that.
Revelations is where he is in his coaching career.
Hellfire and brimstone.
But, if they somehow win this home game and they're only 6.5-point underdogs and they're 6-0 halfway through the season.
That's where I would go stake right now. I would take TCU in a stake now.
Yeah, I kind of feel that way. I think TCU might be the best team in the Big 12.
Yeah.
Maybe Oklahoma State's pretty good.
Yeah.
And Kansas State's not bad.
Kansas State's not bad. Adrian Martinez, Reclamation Project.
Second down.
By the way, he is fast.
He is fast. Yeah. Not as fast as Jalen Milroe in the pocket, or
I don't know.
I think Martinez might be faster.
I'd like to see Milroe Martinez.
The problem is Milroe is so big,
you can't really tell the
you
speed.
can't tell how fast he is. See what I'm saying?
Oh, I know.
He's a little bit Derrick Henry.
Yeah, and Judkins, is that his name? From Ole Miss.
Winchon.
When he hit that hole, went 48 yards.
Okay, more surprising, the number 1 scoring offense in the NFL, Rockstars Detroit Lions, sitting at 1-3, or the fact that Geno Smith is actually outplaying Russell Wilson.
Geno Smith is a big surprise. Your Lions, I watched
I'll say it again, I've only said it 4 times this year. They're competing.
They are. All right, so
most
2
entertaining
things.
1-3 team in the league.
Number 1, yesterday was a score-agami. That was the first time in the history of the NFL a game had finished 48-45, which surprises me. You would have thought you had that score before. Number 2, they are the first team in the history of the NFL to score 140 and give up 140 through 4 games. So congratulations.
Like 20 straight quarters scoring touchdown or something
like that.
20 to 21 straight
You
quarters.
almost got that onside kick at the end. Y'all were really, really close to having the ball in hand with a chance to win.
How about my boy Hawkinson?
He had a game.
Yeah, good hair.
Who's got him in our league? I mean,
I have no idea. I'm gonna say my bigger surprise was probably Geno Smith.
I think I would go Geno too, just because Denver gave so much away to Seattle.
Yeah, I mean, who would have ever thought Russell would look the way he looks?
Now, I did get this from Charlie Vitella, another one of our resident Detroit Lions fans. Name when an all NFL team scored 45 points and lost. I'd fire Aaron Glenn today.
Yeah, I mean, that's hard to do in the NFL.
Third down.
Okay, so here it is. What is more likely, more realistic? Jalen Hurts wins the MVP this year.
Okay.
Or Bo Nix is a Heisman finalist.
Jalen Hurts MVP.
More likely?
Yep.
Finalist. I mean, he'll have to keep doing what he's doing right now every week the rest of the way.
And they'll have to win every game.
Okay, just if you had 3 Heisman finalists right now, who would they be?
Well, I mean, we can get 4 sometimes.
All right, let's do 4.
Okay, I would go C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
Hendon Hooker.
Would you consider Max Duggan?
No.
I always say Duggan. I don't know why.
Not yet.
Not yet, but 11 touchdowns, no interceptions for him. His numbers aren't huge.
I mean, right now, Caleb Williams is going to be in the conversation of the last 2 weeks.
They've only turned the football over one time.
He'd have to be.
Caleb Williams.
I think Blake Corum would have to be there. He seems to be all of their offense.
Nobody said Bo Nix yet.
Yeah, DJ Uiagalelei. But my point is the field is open
it is.
for the Heisman race. It's C.J. Stroud, but to fill those other 2 or 3 seats is wide open, especially with the injury to Bryce.
Spencer Sanders got to be in the mix, too.
Yeah, I mean, at some point. But, I mean, Bo Nix is having just as good or better better run.
Just talk about the overall team. They've still got that 42-3 loss.
It's hard to imagine. Is there an MVP for the NFC and AFC, or is it for the league?
It's for the league.
Yeah, Josh Allen's going to win that again.
Hurts' numbers are much better right now.
Believe it or not.
Right now it is, 17 weeks. It's a marathon. I got it.
Fourth down.
Week after week.
Okay, Gwen Stefani, 53 today. Tommy Lee, 60 years old. Better career, Gwen Stefani or Tommy Lee?
Oh,
Both known for really good videos.
think I would go
Don't
Gwen.
speak.
Gwen
Don't
Stefani.
speak barefoot in a blue dress.
I think I would go Tommy Lee just
Would
because
you?
Tommy Lee was the guy that actually created Motley Crue, and he's still getting it done at 60 years old. They're still
Yeah,
making a lot of money.
I don't even think this is close.
But if Tommy Lee released a solo record, would you buy it? Would you
No.
be any? So Gwen Stefani.
And Gwen's still, she's as visible now as she's ever been.
Only because she married Blake Shelton.
No.
No, only because she's on an NBC show.
Yeah, I don't think anybody knew who
Do
Blake
you-
Shelton
do
was
you
before
know
they
why
got
she's on
married.
the NBC show? Blake Shelton runs that show.
Well, yeah, but they were dating before they got married.
Yeah.
And when
What is
Blake
that?
Shelton was, by the way, still married to somebody else.
Is that his game? Is that his app?
Oh,
As he
yeah,
invites
that's-
girls on? That
I know she just has come on this year, right?
No, I don't think she's on anymore. They're promoting what's her name?
No, she's on now.
Caballo.
Caballo is on, and so
Yeah.
is she. She hasn't been on very long.
No, they were dating on that show.
This is awesome, by the
when
way.
it ended the marriage. That he was married to that other girl.
Yeah.
Who was he
Miranda
married to?
Lambert.
Yeah, Miranda Lambert.
She,
Real.
she was already on the
Gavin-
show then.
Gavin Rossdale from Bush.
Kelly Clarkson was on there a while.
yeah, nobody knew who Blake Shelton was before he started dating Gwen Stefani.
Please, you're insane. He's huge on that show.
Oh, Red.
And I don't watch that show. I did the first 2 years. He's huge on that show, and he's a huge country music star for decades.
Does he even do country music anymore?
Yeah, he does. I would say Tommy Lee's a bigger career. Yeah.
There's Ashley, who actually was publicist for Tommy Lee and Motley Crue, who, by the way, will be doing a last call with us, Red Mont Vodka, this week.
Tommy Lee? Are we recording it this week?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
And I've got some incredible...
Ashley's like game day. She's coming to our city.
Oh, she is. She's lived quite the life. So
She has. All right. That is Four Downs, brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
yeah, 5 great locations, including the new one there in Pell City. For more information on these guys, again, locally owned and operated, great guys. Go online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
And Rockstar's Guy brings you part of the show today. Rocky, tell us about Adam Mestre.
Give me a second to tell you guys about Adam Mestre. Did you know of the almost 4,000 agents in the Birmingham area that have recorded a sale in 2022? He is in the top 8% of those agents. Adam is a third-generation realtor who was born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you. Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
I saw our buddy Adam yesterday, and I didn't realize the wine connoisseur that he is.
Oh.
And he's got some deep wine knowledge.
Well.
2 more segments to go, including the stock report. Stay with us.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Brian Brown here from the Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all 3 phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live daily show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
And we're back with some breaking transfer news out of Tuscaloosa. Tyler Bigbie, the award-winning realtor we've been talking about for months, has moved his license to Keller Williams Tuscaloosa. Tyler can now service Baldwin and Jefferson County as well. Call Tyler Bigbie if you're looking to purchase a home this fall, 205-826-6476, or visit tylerbigby.kw.com. That's Bigbie, B-I-G-B-I-E. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here, and make sure to join Jerry Young and myself every Thursday afternoon at 1 p.m. for Next Round Preps. It's an in-depth look at all the various big high school football games going on across the state. We'll recap the week before and we'll preview the week ahead. Plus, we'll talk bracketology, recruiting, and other big headlines across all high school sports. That's every Thursday during football season at 1 p.m. on YouTube, nextroundlive.com, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Back with you on the Next Round, the show being brought to you in part today by our friends at Bromberg's. Before LT tells you about our friends at Bromberg's, just to recap what Nick Saban said at the top of the hour. He said that it's not a long-term injury when talking about Bryce Young. It's day-to-day, and really would not go into detail on how they would handle that. And he was pressed about how they had handled it in the past. And that's when he started to really get down the short road on being asked more questions about Bryce Young. Didn't want to really lay out the plan of how, if they're working for him to play this weekend, but basically saying they're going to evaluate him every day as he progresses down this path that seems like he's been through once or twice before.
And I thought that was good news, obviously. Also good news, Brian Branch looks like he's going to practice this week. You would assume play against Texas A&M. That defense was not the same when he left the game.
Yeah, and I think for Nick Saban, you've got to go day to day, and you do a game time decision because right now DJ Durkin has got to prepare for both of these guys.
Yep. And O'Boygby is dealing with a neck injury that they say they're not going to play him again until they get a clarity from the best experts in the game on how to deal with his neck injury for his long-term well-being. So you can probably scratch O'Boygby not only for this weekend, but for the immediate future until they get a clearer path. That from Nick Saban at the top of the hour. Bromberg's bringing you that update.
Yeah, family owned and operated since 1836. Our friends at Bromberg's, they are your diamond specialist. They've also got an extensive giftware department to service the registry of brides and grooms in Birmingham. Go see our friends at Bromberg's. Two great locations, Mountain Brook at the Summit. You can also view their online store today. Go to brombergs.com.
Congratulations to 77 of you. You jumped in with a perfect 3-0 this weekend. In the pick three, 77 of you. That means we've had 311 winners through 5 weeks. You guys are on fire. so many of you playing the Pick 3 at nextroundlive.com. You'll have a chance to do that every week until we get to rivalry weekend. So keep playing and keep winning. 77 of you, the highest total yet this past weekend. Good for you. Other notes before we get to 4 downs, KJ Jefferson is questionable as Arkansas goes to Mississippi State. That from their news conference today. We saw him leave the game.
And look, and that's the backup quarterback looked okay. That kid had some wheels on him too.
Yeah.
But Arkansas going to Starkville without KJ Jefferson doesn't seem like a good recipe.
I agree. Feels like 3 straight losses, what it feels like.
And Brian Kelly was asked about the lack of touches for Kayshon Boutte, their receiver. Still a good wide receiver, Brian Kelly said today. Obviously, we would like to get him more touches as LSU plays host to Tennessee this week.
If I saw this right, Connor O'Gara tweeted out that he's got 3 receptions against FBS teams this year.
3
this year.
He still doesn't have a touchdown.
I know. It's wild. I mean, it's like he's not even on the field.
Yeah. So that's a couple of the things going on around the Southeastern Conference. Brian Harson's news conference a little bit later on today. You can go back and listen to our conversation with John Samuel Shenker and Joel Klatt in our podcast sections or on our video platforms at YouTube and other places. Time now for our Baumhauer Spotlight. It's the Stock Report, Rockstar.
The Baumhauer Spotlight.
Stock up, stock down. College football's Stock Report.
And our friend Bob Baumhauer delivered Alabama's first ever taste of wings way back in 1981 at Wings and Things in Tuscaloosa. In fact, had to give them away for the first few years, 40 years, 4 concepts, 14 restaurants later. Bob's still serving up great food and hospitality to the people and visitors of Alabama. Get in for lunch or dinner to one of those locations at Baumhauer's Victory Grill. And remember, tomorrow on the Upset Alert, play along with us, and you will have an opportunity to win lunch for you and 5 others and possibly Iron Bowl tickets at the end of the year.
111 of you.
It's impressive.
Won this past week there, so that'll be the drawing for that coming up. For that, Brownie, start us off. Stock up, stock down.
My stock up is going to be Michael Penix Jr., the Washington quarterback, transfer from Indiana. They've played 5 games. How many has he had fewer than 300 passing yards?
0.
That'd be 0.
Yeah, it took the L this week.
346 a game, 16 touchdowns, 3 picks. He's playing tremendous football.
Lost this week, though, right?
Jim, you know, there are 22 players on the field. I gave you 1, and his stock is up.
DTR was good. You could have gone the other way. Stock up. It was really good.
Who's yours?
What about, I could go DTR,
Well,
but I got
do it
somebody
then.
else. Let's see if you have it.
I'm going to go Brett Bielema in Illinois. I mean, they're sitting at 4-1. All of their wins are by 21-plus points, including this weekend, the upset against Wisconsin. Brett Bielema can coach. I know a lot of people might not like him, but you look back at what he did at Arkansas, averaging about 8 wins a year, which is not bad at all. They were pretty dominant at Wisconsin for a while, multiple Rose Bowls, and now he's got Illinois in the mix to win the West and the Big Ten. Imagine that.
Yeah.
In year 2.
My stock up is Chris Partridge, despite the roof over his tool shed that was shown on national television. His defense flying around the field
really
and
good.
making plays at Ole Miss. Really liked the way that team looked in a big, big game there in Oxford. Ole Miss defense and DC Chris Partridge, stock up for me. Give me a stock down, Brownie.
Ted Roof and the Oklahoma defense, 509 against Kansas State, 668 against TCU, both in losses. And here comes maybe Quinn Ewers in Texas this week.
Stock down.
Stock down for me is Jimbo Fisher. I know I've been on this guy for a long time, but look, they're going to be 3-3 after this week. Again, you're in year 5. And you're out of the top 25 in the first week of October, and teams like Mississippi State, Syracuse, Kansas State, and Kansas are all in.
For me, stock down is Scott Satterfield at Louisville. Thought it was going to work.
Terrible loss.
Did not work there. Lose to BC. He's now 0-3 in the ACC is Louisville. And rumors are he may be one of the next coaches to get fired.
Double-digit favorite losing outright. They were the first one to do it on Saturday to keep the streak alive.
And it's insane. Scott Satterfield stock down there. And Jeff Brom with the big win, Louisville native at Purdue. Is it time for him to go home to Louisville? We will see there. So that's the stock report brought to you by Baumhauer's.
Yeah, and they've got the recession concession menu. Baumhauer here to save you a few bucks with the recession concession. It includes complimentary beverage with new affordable favorites like The classic tailgate burger for $7.99, or how about the Bam Bam chicken, only $9.99. Go easy on your wallet with Baumhauer's Victory Grill, and remember tomorrow, play along in the upset alert with us and your opportunity to win 2 tickets to the Iron Bowl.
And as we head to break here, we remind you that the next round is brought to you in part by Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila, the world's first clear multi-age tequila. How many of you have tried this? I got to ask the question the other day, how good is it? It is so good. Dobel Diamante, a blend of extra añejo, and reposado tequilas in a new European oak barrel, double filtered to remove color while producing a crystal clear spirit of character and smoothness. Crystal and clear in appearance, smooth and crisp in the finish. It's Maestro Dobel, the perfect tequila for what, Rockstar? Drinking and sipping and mixing. It's Dobel Diamante Tequila.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Insurance premiums are increasing on your home, your automobile, and your business like never before. And having just one company as an option can cost you thousands of dollars each year. I'm Tyler Watts with Tyler Watts & Associates. We're an independent insurance agency and represent over 50 companies such as Nationwide, Progressive, Allstate, Travelers, just to name a few. Finding an affordable option with A-plus rated companies is what we do for our clients. Don't be held captive to just one company. Let me and my staff help you today. Call me at 205-664-4444. That's 205-664-4444.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF will provide information to help the clients and families find programs for unique individuals with traumatic brain injury and spinal cord injuries. Find out how you can help at ahif.org. That's ahif.org.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Another update on a former Alabama quarterback in a second, but first let me tell you that the fine folks at Backyard Adventures want you to maximize your time with the little one in the backyard before they grow up and they move on in life. It's a precious time when your kids are small and they want to play in the backyard. Backyard Adventures can make it happen. The best, most reliable playgrounds you can get, Backyard Adventures. Go to the website backyardalabama.com, backyardalabama.com. Listen, they're starting to sign up for Christmas week right now. Christmas week sign up. So you can go ahead and get in line and help Santa out in that situation. You can get that happening. And if you're listening to us in places like Atlanta, Georgia, Backyard Adventures will work for you as well. They're in your neighborhood now. Just go to backyardalabama.com, and they got a link to the Georgia location for you guys in the Atlanta metro area. They take care of you from start to finish, customized playgrounds. They do the landscaping, the maintenance. They let you prioritize that special time with your little one. Backyardalabama.com, and they've got alley-oop trampolines and goal setter basketball goals as well. Backyardalabama.com. Tua Tagovailoa ruled out for the weekend. No surprise, though, right?
Not at all. Teddy Bridgewater is going to start. Skylar Thompson, the Kansas State product, the backup. They've signed Reed Stinnett, so the Dolphins expecting this maybe to be more than 1 week, it looks like.
I did see where there's talk from the NFLPA about filing a malpractice lawsuit against the people that they fired, the independent contractor that put Tua back on the field 2 weeks ago.
Yep. That guy's already been punted, but it's obviously not over yet. So I think we'll I don't know. We'll see where this goes. They're not going to give it up because it's not necessarily just about protecting Tua. They got to worry about all guys in the NFL.
Yeah, I think this is going to be like a landmark decision where things change.
I agree completely.
Yeah, they're talking about changing all the protocols that they've changed, in recent years as well.
Yeah. Hey, couple kick times real quick. Auburn, Ole Miss next week, straight out of game day, 11 o'clock. Alabama, Tennessee, 2:30 CBS. Nobody surprised by that. Michigan gets a break. Penn State, Michigan gets the big noon kick. So no night game. Was that at Michigan? That's at Michigan, isn't it? It's Ohio State that plays at Penn State. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't remember which. Either way, it wasn't a whiteout game.
And then USC, Utah, 7 o'clock on Fox, main Fox.
Yeah.
That's going to be a fun game.
That is good. Tennessee at 2:30. People are asking, when do you think the Alabama-Ole Miss game would be? I would assume 2:30. Just always insert 2:30 unless you're probably talking Iron Bowl this year. Maybe not 2:30 this year. All right, top of the hour here. Replay show starting in a second. Don't forget the show's always available forever on our video platforms. Go watch that. Hit those thumbs up buttons. We're back live with you Tuesday at 9 a.m. Central Time. Until then, God bless you and God bless America.